So before we jump into the action, this is your last chance to ask any questions of deep uncertainty about game rules. We will, of course, be able to resolve questions in session, but if
Well,
there's any confusions that people have, now would be a good time to get that out of the way.
maybe you can just give a generic spiel so that our viewers can have a sense of what we're doing here and what the idea is, and then we'll get and do some questions from us.
Okay. Oh, wow. We actually have some people in the audience.
Yeah,
Go
dude.
figure. Hello, audience. All right. In summary, I have for a very long time wanted to do a tabletop role-playing game set in the universe of Kill 6 Billion Demons, which is an outstanding webcomic. If you guys haven't read it yet, please do. I was looking for a rule system to use that would be the type of game that I wanted to play. And I'm familiar with some, classic nerdy tabletop rules like Dungeons and Dragons and World of Darkness system and stuff like that. But I didn't want to play a game where we were going pretty deep into looking shit up in spreadsheets and tables in the back of a rule book. Nor did I feel like, shotgun reading through 200 pages of rules and doing my own adaptation. And the existing rules system for there's a game called Broken Worlds RPG, which is written by the author of Kill 6 Billion Demons, and it's supposed to be tabletop rules for a game set in that universe. It wasn't what I was looking for. It was really heavily oriented around like a super detailed pen and paper, almost like a Street Fighter style fighting game. It had like combo points and move chains and like that kind of stuff. It's a cool idea, and I can imagine it would be a lot of fun, but it's not the kind of fun I wanted to have. So I gained some inspiration from the D10 dice pool system of World of Darkness, which I've always thought was kind of nice and elegant, and just brewed up my own RPG rules system, which is based on rolling pools of D10s. The whole orientation of this is that it's really freeform. We're playing without rule books, which means we don't have like lists of skills to choose from or tables of results of your dice rolls. It's all really kind of genericized into like a framework. So we're going to be playing by improvising. We're sort of making it up as we go. I gave the players some basic rules for creating characters. So characters have stats. The stats are strength, agility, endurance, spark, which is sort of like, think of that as like magic strength, brilliance, which is not strictly intellect, but also like, it's just sort of mental quickness. So it includes intuition and perception as well as intelligence and stuff, and willpower. So those are the stats. This should sound similar to you if you've played D&D, but these are slightly different stats, which have slightly different purposes. And the characters also have skills. Skills have ranks, so skills can be things like melee combat. You can have, 2 ranks in it would be a novice, 5 ranks in it would be a trained fighter, 10 ranks in it would be an elite warrior, right? You can have ranged combat. You can have a skill that represents a magical discipline that you've trained in. You can have skills that are like stealth and subterfuge. You can have skills that are like musical performance. Anything that you want your character to be able to do will be represented as a skill. And because we're doing improv and freeform, when you want your character to do something, you say, here's what I want to do. I think that this skill is the most relevant to it. And let's figure out on the spot how we're going to represent this with a dice roll. The usual way a dice roll will turn out is like you get a dice pool of D10s equal to the rank of the skill that you're rolling with. And it might have different modifiers applied to it. So modifiers can be like flat plus or flat minus. They can be lucky dice, where you roll 2 dice and pick the higher of the 2. They can be unlucky dice, where you roll 2 dice and pick the lower of the 2. Stuff like that. These modifiers are based on circumstances, stats, equipment, magical powers and effects. And what I've told the players is that because we don't have rule books, what we're actually trying to do is we're going to rules lawyer it in real time. Every time you're trying to do something with one of your skills that you've never done before, we're going to talk it through. We're going to figure out a dice roll for it. And then we're going to do it. And if we're happy with how that turned out, you can jot that down as an ability, which is like a named application of one of your skills. So if you're a fire mage, you can do any kind of thing you might imagine with fire magic, whether that's like making dragons shoot out of campfires, or staring into a flame for a prophetic divination, or conjuring a ball of fire in your hands and throwing it at your enemies, right? These are all things that you could do with fire magic. But let's just say you do the fireball trick like a lot, and we have a kind of agreed upon way that you want to represent this with dice rolls. Like say, fireball gets 1d10 damage for every skill rank you have. In order to successfully cast a fireball, you roll a fire magic skill check against a difficulty based on how much damage you want out of it. And then you got to throw it, which is like a ranged combat skill check. Okay, so that's like one way you could represent a fireball in these game rules. It might not be the only way. You might want a different spell, which say you're not happy with the part where you have to throw the fireball because maybe your character doesn't have good ranged magic, so ranged combat skill. So instead we'd say, how about you have a fire spell where you can just light someone on fire just by looking at them. No ranged combat check. There's no projectile here, just instant ignition. So, we got to rules layer it out. I would say, as the GM, that is a more powerful way to light someone on fire than throwing a fireball at them, so maybe it should do less damage or have higher difficulty. That kind of thing. I hope that makes sense to you guys. We're really just fucking around and finding out. We're making this up as we go, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, so basically we're going to be working out like what those moves are, and we'll just talk it out. We'll just sort of decide, is how I'm understanding.
Word. Okay. So we're going to drop into the actual role-playing in just a minute. I will introduce the setting and circumstances for the audience and the players, and then we're going to be in-game. So you guys should be in character after that.
Wait, Dan, are we doing character voice and normal voice, or are we just in character?
If you want to say something in character, I think that we can probably figure that out contextually when you're acting out the character. But if you don't have to use a special voice, and you don't have to say, I'm in character. If you say something to me as the GM, or one of the other players as yourself, the player, then I think we'll be able to figure out that you're out of game. But when I say we're in character, that means like if you're talking to me about that stuff, it should be like with respect to like what's going on in the game, right?
Got it.
Okie dokie. And I know that we have a couple of players here who are new to tabletop role playing. So I think even before I introduce the setting, I will introduce, in a very, very broad sense, the premise of tabletop role playing. It is equal parts improv acting and tactical combat simulator. Some game systems choose to emphasize the combat quite a lot, and some game systems, which are somewhat more uncommon, are more heavy on the improv, on the role playing. I like a good blend. I like a balance, but ultimately I think ROLE playing is much more fun than ROLL playing, right? And what that means is we will advance a narrative that is a form of collective storytelling. So we're going to be doing a lot of yes and kind of stuff. I'm relying on you as the players to have an idea about what you want to do. I will be improvising the NPCs you interact with. So none of this stuff is planned out. I haven't written a story. We're just winging it. But you are in a very rich setting. This is the city of Throne, which is the hub of the entire multiverse. All 7,777,777 worlds of the multiverse. And Throne is this giant city at the center of it, at the hub of the wheel, connected to every other world by the King's Road, which is this network of interdimensional portals. All of your characters originate from one of the prime worlds, which are sort of Earth-like worlds with humanoids living on them. They can be any kind of world at all. Everything from classic Tolkien-esque fantasy to gritty cyberpunk stuff to, something almost identical to our world, Earth, maybe even called Earth. They're all in there, and Throne has a little of everything. It's the ultimate pastiche, and yeah, there you go. Kersey has just brought up a diagram which portrays the city. So the actual landscape of Throne is what sort of looks like a barren wasteland with an enormous mega city stack in the middle of it. I want you to get an idea of the dimensions of this mega city. It's got to be, the size of like Tokyo horizontally, and then it's like stacked on top of itself vertically like 10 times, right? It's gigantic. There's like millions and millions of people who live in this city, like 500 million billion people. It's a gigantic city, and it goes underground pretty far too. And then on this wheel surrounding it, it's this sort of barren wasteland that has been like blasted clean by eons of warfare. It's like filled up with like refugees and scavengers and wandering bands of warriors and mercenaries and demons. It's a rad place. The most noteworthy thing about Throne is that the throne is empty. This was the seat of creation of the creator god, who is called the two-part god Ys and Un. So Yisun is the unity, and they're divided into their white and black halves. And Yisun is missing, is like fragmented into a trillion pieces. And in their place, instead of the proper creator, supreme creator of the universe ruling from Throne, are these lesser beings, the demiurges, who have seized the power of the divine for themselves, but are mortal in origin and petty and flawed. And even though they have vast power, they are shitheads. They're really awful. The denizens of Throne include, people from all of the myriad worlds, as well as the celestial and infernal denizens. Throne sits in the middle of the void, but it is itself a materialized world. So the dwellers of the void, which are the angels and the demons, can manifest in material form in Throne. The angels do it by inhabiting and animating a sort of stone golem-like body. The angels themselves are these sort of vaporous or liquid energy beings that often can be seen oozing out of the cracks of their statues. Demons are also creatures of the void, and they materialize by being bound into a mask of different colors, which are like pale mask, blue mask, red mask, green mask, gold mask, and black mask. That's a ranking order of demons. So you're likely to encounter masked demons. A masked demon is bound to that form, and they have names. For a demon, a name is a binding, so the lower ranked demons have more names, the higher ranked demons have fewer names. And the most powerful demon of all, the Lord of the Pit, has no name. Right, so that's some background notes about the setting. Your characters appear here out of nowhere. A swirling vortex interdimensional portal opens up in front of them as they're going about their daily life, and they're whisked through, and you find yourselves standing in a field on the outskirts of the City of Throne. Okay, so this is our prompt to begin role-playing. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ready. Let's do it.
Roger, roger. Right. So all of you have gathered here. You're standing in a large and quite barren field. The stone beneath you is a kind of pale blue color, or it would be, except that it appears to be covered in a layer of what you can only describe as ash and rust that's been ground into a fine powder. It makes an almost sandy surface. You are standing in a large crowd, maybe several hundred people. Everyone looks confused. You are immediately approached by what appears to be the animated statue of some kind of warrior. She's about 6 feet tall, very thin build, and there is a blue flame where her hair would be. She introduces herself and says, "Attention travelers, attention. I am a representative of the Knights Concordant. We know not where you have come from or what your purpose is. I have been ordered to escort you to the refugee intake center. Follow me."
Epic costume.
What the hell is this all about?
We're dead, right? This is what, like purgatory?
I thought this was Worldcon.
What the hell is this? What am I doing here? Is this real?
I'm not following her.
Is there some kind of con event you're leading us to?
The statuesque figure turns its head over its shoulder, has an impatient look on its face. It simply beckons you with one hand, urging you to come forward.
Do the other people in this field seem to be well disposed to us? Do they look confused? What's the general vibe of the greater crowd?
Everybody looks confused. There look like there's something like a few dozen of these statue-type figures making their way around the field, rounding people up into groups of 8 to 10 and trying to corral them towards a camp, which you see just a few hundred yards in the distance.
All right, I'm following.
Yeah, I start walking toward the figure.
Okay?
Yeah, I'll follow too.
I'll follow.
They turn around and say, "My name is 82 White Chain, returns from the void to vanquish evil, but you may call me White Chain. I will be your liaison until we figure out what to do with you. Please follow me and don't make any trouble." She leads you forward until you've arrived in the middle of what appears to be a large outdoor refugee camp. It has a lot of tents and pavilions set up. Several hundred or maybe even several thousand refugees seem to be swirling around in states of confusion. There are representatives from the City of Throne itself in many of these pavilion tents, and they seem to be making the rounds, having small conversations on the side with groups of refugees as well.
This is the biggest LARP I've ever seen.
What's a LARP?
It's what you're doing right now. I mean, look, you're all dressed up. Or are you?
What the fuck is this? What
Are
is
you in
going on?
character? I'm sorry. I am 𝘒𝐸𝐞𝐬.
What, are you Japanese then?
Who are you guys? Who are you guys?
So, my character standing before you is a rather terrifying-looking man with a gigantic mustache. He is wearing sort of red long underwear with suspenders. Smells like smoke. Looks like he's been awake for like 4 days and sort of has an evil leer about him.
My character is just standing in front of all of you wearing tan shorts and a red tank top, and she looks like a normal human woman, about 5'6". She's got golden tattoos on her shoulders, and she hasn't really said anything at all or looked surprised at anything going on. She's just kind of rolling with it.
My character is a dumpy white guy with a sword he bought online and a floral print kimono who clearly does not know what's going on.
Odds, what do you look like?
My guy looks scared shitless. He's very, very tall, lanky, awkward-looking, slouchy, and he's got this mop of like white curly hair that covers his eyes entirely. And he's wearing sort of like a medieval Harlequin type of outfit that's a little bit muddy.
My character is like a short 5'4"-ish human wearing mottled dark clothing with a mottled dark backpack on as well. No visible weapons, but his clothes are bloody and he looks pretty happy to be there.
My character.
Go ahead, Riddle.
My character is about 5'7", which is tall for a fairy and short for an elf. She has dark green hair, gold eyes, slightly pointed ears. She's wearing sleeveless maroon coveralls with a white crop top underneath, and she's sort of smudged with a few oil stains.
And that leaves...
My character is scared shitless. I am a 19-year-old hacker kid wearing cargo shorts and black t-shirt, and I am kind of skinny but also a little bit athletic, kind of a runner's build, and freaked out and have no idea what I'm doing here.
Join the club.
All right, children, so clearly you're all in my imagination. Is that right?
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, you're not really there, are you?
What is this place?
Well, it's my imagination, I assure you.
Surely it's the
drunk?
afterlife. We're all dead. What was the last thing you remembered before you ended up here?
I was
That
getting
would-
in the elevator in my hotel to go down to the con.
What are you
language
talking
is
about?
that? I didn't understand any of those words.
Just normal English, sorry.
Hold on, you guy who are in an elevator. You seem like a kind of normal person. What are you doing here? How did we get here? Who are you?
I was going down to the con, and now I'm at the con. That's all there is
Why-
to it.
What is a con?
Convention, Worldcon.
Oh, sure. Okay,
Worldcon.
wait. Well, is that why you're wearing a kimono?
I mean, I wasn't expecting the LARP to be this big, but yeah.
You said that
This
they were
doesn't
covered
make
in
any
blood,
sense.
That was me.
and you are...
I am Kage, I guess.
Got it. Okay, I step over to Kage and I start inspecting him. I start inspecting the blood on him, and I ask, sorry, is this your blood?
No, it's not.
I nod and step back.
What does Kage look like again?
He's a short guy. He's like 5'4". He's wearing a hood and just like in all black clothing, basically. Or like mottled black.
Word. All right then, children. Let's follow this friend out of here. I'm sure all your problems will be settled shortly.
We're not children, so maybe shut up.
And what are you, my dear? You seem quite elegant, unlike these other folk.
I'm not your dear, and shut up.
Oh, isn't that right? Well, I begin trotting off after the being that beckoned us, quite sure that this is just another fever dream.
White Chain turns around briefly and addresses the group. She seems to have lost patience, if she had any to begin with. She claps her hands together like boom, and a shockwave comes out. You're all briefly stunned and unable to continue speaking. They say, in a strangely creepy, neutral voice, "If you're quite done talking, I don't have all day. You've been assigned to group 1345. You are to report to Pavilion 16 within 10 minutes, or I'll come looking for you again." And she points in the direction of a tent.
Well, I guess we better get going then. We wouldn't want to be late. They have some
Wait
event
for
planned
what?
for us.
This can't be real. This can't be real.
Yeah, might as well.
I mean,
We're all about to be damned, aren't we? You guys look like a bunch of fuck-ups.
Pardon me.
Everything
you are wrong.
happening to us is real. Let's go.
also, I don't think you're allowed to smoke in here.
What did you say to me, boy?
In here.
Well, I mean, there's probably some kind of like drop ceiling with fancy lights on it, and you know how they do this kind of stuff in the conference rooms.
Do your eyes work?
I mean, my glasses are thick, but you don't have to be personal about it.
You notice standing just about 10 feet away from you is a demonic-looking figure about 10 feet tall, smoking a gigantic cigar. You can smell the foul stench of it from here.
All right, I'm gonna stop telling people to stop smoking.
My dude is intrigued by the cigar and wouldn't mind a smoke himself, and approaches the large gentleman. What are you there? Where did you get your hands on that?
He takes one look at you, then he breaks out laughing. His crimson mask seems like it's locked in a permanent Cheshire cat grin.
Well, that's right funny, is it? I just wouldn't mind a smoke, you see.
He says, "Oi, a smoke then? You think this stuff is free? You gotta earn your keep, boy, if you want one of these."
Well, talk to me. What are we working with? They told us to go over to some tent over there.
He said, "Oh, newbies. All right. Look, it's best not to piss off the Stony boys. You know what kind of trouble they can make when they're in a bad mood, and they're always on the edge of that to begin with. Find me later." And he flips a coin to you.
I snatch the coin and take a look at it.
It doesn't appear to be any legal tender as far as you can tell. It just says Oscar's Funhouse on one side, and on the other side is a kind of shimmering iridescent surface with no other markings on it.
Well, I take it and pocket it and say to the others, "It seems we've an invitation to a fun house."
I
Well,
start frantically checking my pockets to try and make sure I still have my USB drive.
You do.
I check the signal on my cell phone.
You are out of your network, but appear to be roaming and able to get some kind of a signal.
Interesting.
I walk over to
Demon.
Anthony and keep trying to talk to him because he seems relatively sane.
Yeah, let's head over to the pavilion. I don't want to miss the event when it starts.
Hey, what did you say your name was?
Well, my character's name's 𝐾𝐚𝐬. I feel like we probably shouldn't drop character, you know?
Keisuke. Keisuke.
Yeah, 𝘒𝐤𝐞𝐬. That's it.
You can call me Griff.
Griff. Cool, Griff. That's a cool name.
Okay. What you said that you think you're at a con. I'm pretty sure that's not what's going on, but I'm not sure what is happening. Can you convince me that you're real and that this isn't some kind of dream?
I don't know what else happens when you get in an elevator. You get out of the elevator on the other end.
So you were on an elevator and you got on the elevator, and then when you got off the elevator, you were here?
I guess I got off the elevator. I don't really remember that part.
You don't remember getting off the elevator?
I mean, I'm sure. Sometimes you go on autopilot. You just.
Oh my god, this is insane. I must be dreaming. I need to wake up.
What? This is great. Look at these decorations. Look at these costumes. There's nothing to worry about.
We're not dreaming. We're in the demon world.
You're right. I should get back in character. Let's go find someone who needs defending.
I just start
I
walking
take a deep
towards
breath
the pavilion.
and I take a deep breath and resign myself to deciding to go along with this for now and see what happens.
I'm still sure I'm in some kind of drug-induced haze, though I'm starting to get a headache and sort of bothered. I also walk towards the pavilion.
I follow along with them.
I walk towards the pavilion, continuing to stay close to 𝐾𝐚𝐬.
I follow them and try to make myself look real small, which is hard.
So
Okay. You guys have entered pavilion number 16. There is one group in front of you. It looks like you're going to be up next to approach the counter where another one of these statue-type beings is sitting.
So we have to wait?
you said there's a group in front of us?
Yeah, they're close by, and you can sort of hear what's going on.
Yep.
Sit?
Yeah,
What are they saying?
They seem to be utterly confused. They have no idea why they were grouped together. They don't know each other at all. And they are desperate to get home and get back to what they were doing.
Hey, Anthony, I think that you were right. This seems like a pretty cool con. Do you want to be buddies and hang out and explore it together?
Absolutely, that sounds great, Griff. But we're gonna remember, I'm staying in character now. You call me 𝐾𝐚𝐬.
𝐾𝐚𝐬𝐿. Yes, absolutely, yes.
Yes, let us travel together, friend. We will find the foes who need defeating.
Indeed.
I'll turn to Griff overhearing this and be like, this place has demons and bureaucracy. It's obviously hell. We're about to be damned. You can try to have fun if you like, but I very much doubt that's what's going to be happening.
I don't think this is going to be fun either, but I don't know what's going on, and it seems like it would make sense to try to make friends with some people. Who are you, and how did you get here?
Sorry, I was chewing. Crap, sorry. My name's Lolly. I was in town. I pissed off some people, and they sort of ran me off a cliff, and then I suppose I died.
You think you died? Oh my god. Are we actually dead? Is this the afterlife?
We're not dead.
That would explain so many different genres being pulled together, though. That's a pretty good hook.
Yeah, okay, 𝐾𝐚𝐬𝘗.
I don't know what else happens after you fall off a cliff. What do you think's going on?
Well, you see, I didn't fall off any cliff. I was sitting in my study, having a smoke and a little chew, and I simply walked through a door, and here I was.
I also stepped through a portal,
A portal,
And
you
I-
say?
and I have some knowledge of the demon realms. It's clear that we're not dead. I don't know where we are, and my spirits won't tell me.
What makes you say it's clear that we're not dead?
I didn't die.
Well, I
I
stepped
would,
through a portal as well. I was somewhere doing something, and I walked through a portal that appeared in front of me.
there are many worlds. Demons inhabit all of them. Spirits inhabit some of them. I don't know what world we're in, but my spirits have informed me that this is real and that they sense other demons and spirits here.
Your spirits informed you? Are you out of your mind?
Two glowing, shimmering, child-sized figures flicker into existence behind me and stare at him.
Oh, I thought she was talking about alcohol.
Man, I wish.
Aye, this is some trippy shit.
I just want to say I commune with spirits all the time, so I know what you mean.
Do you then,
Chil-
boy?
The golden children flicker away.
Okay, so two of you said that you came through portals. Keisuke, you said you came through an elevator. And Lolly, you fell off a cliff and died.
At least I think so. I think I remember maybe a flash of colorful, like, blue-green light or something before, mid-air, and that was the last thing I recall, so...
Blue-green light. Okay.
Indeed, it was blue and green for me as well.
Oh my god. I think that we did actually go through a portal into some other world. Holy shit.
The group in front of you has finished what they were doing, and you've been called up to the counter.
Oh, here we go!
The stone figure sitting at the counter says to you, in a much more gentle and welcoming voice than the last such figure you interacted with, "Hello, travelers. You may call me 7. Slow voice wins the race. Ha 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 ha. That's just a little joke between friends."
Ha 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 ha!
Hey, Seven, where are we? Can you tell us anything?
Yes, that is my function here. I serve the Knights Concordant. Our job is to make sure that people like you get the service and help they need.
Is he lying or seeking to deceive us?
Lim, you intuitively sense that this being is as incapable of lying as you are.
Got it.
Well then, 7, you say? I would like a taxi back home. That is what I would like in order to get the service that I need.
Oh, ha 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 ha! You thought my name was 7. No, that's my iteration number. My name is Slow Boy.
Yes, indeed.
Ha.
Oh, bother. Well, Mr. Slow Voice, the taxi I requested, please.
The first order of business we have is that we must have you sign paperwork. You will see in front of you in just a moment. A moment. One more moment. Yes, here we go. Poof. A stack of papers appears in front of each one of you, conjured from thin air. On these papers, you must declare your worlds of origin and final destination. We will be attempting to route you back to the King's Road, so you may return or go, whichever, it matters not.
Voice, are you saying I can get back to where I came from?
The King's Road is down at the moment. We cannot guarantee when it will be restored.
Okay. Is the King's Road like the portals that connect different worlds?
Oh, you don't even know, do you?
I don't know anything. What's going on here?
First timers! What joy!
I hate
I have
this
a
man.
group of first timers in an eon.
Am I missing something here? Why do you guys know where you want to go? Did I forget to read the introduction pamphlet?
I write down my world of origin and I hand him the paper.
Slow Voice picks up your pamphlet of papers, reads through it at incredible supernatural speed, and then says to you, "Ah, yes, very good, Miss Elrica. Would you like to go back to your home world? Or did you have another place in mind?"
Hang on, not in character. I thought he asked us to write down our homeworld of origin so we could get back there after we were done here. Did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, you wrote down your homeworld, but
Yes, for homeworld and final destination, two separate things.
Got it. How do I consult with my spirit in character, Dan?
How do you do that? Let's see. Let me bring up your character sheet.
I've got two spirits who are probably not super useful here, and then I've got one who knows a fuck ton and tells me stuff, but only occasionally, and if it's useful for my eventual growth.
Okay, so you can ask any of the spirits you have access to now, or you can use your spirit channeling skill to try to reach out to a local spirit that you haven't bonded with.
Alright, I'm gonna kind of do that and reach out to the area to see if I feel anything unusual, or if I can make contact with anything.
Cool. So why don't you make a spirit channeling roll with a difficulty of 20.
And so that's my is that my skill in spirit channeling?
Yeah, so you have 5 ranks in spirit channeling, so your dice pool is 5d10 for this, and you can add your spark score, so that's +3.
Crushed it.
Yeah. Okay, so you reach out with your spirit channeling skill as you send out your essence into the surrounding landscape. You realize that you're in the most spirit-dense region you've ever been in. There are thousands of spirits around you.
Do any of them seem particularly useful to me in terms of information? Can I sense that?
You happen to be standing right next to the spirit of what looks like a fallen warrior. He's just chilling on the ground in a kneeling posture with his ethereal sword and shield slung over his back. He seems like he's been actively paying attention to your group.
Okay, I addressed him. What should we do? What should we do here?
He says in a very whisper, quiet voice, "I suggest you tell the angel where you'd like to go."
Where should we go?
Well, that's really up to you now, isn't it?
We just arrived here through portals. We have no idea what to do or where to go or why we're here. Can you give me any insight?
I can tell you that you're going to have a hard time of things if you don't get your act together and figure out where you want to go.
Where do you want to go? What are you doing here?
I am bound to this place. I was felled in a battle 3,000 years ago.
What binds you here?
I'm not sure.
Can I attempt to use my spirit channeling to release him?
Okay. Make a spirit channeling roll with a difficulty of 45. You fail. As you reach out with your magical power, you can sense that some chains of unknown provenance are surrounding the spiritual essence of this creature. you can't figure out more than that. The chains are too sturdy for you to budge.
Am I speaking out loud? Can the rest of the group hear me?
You can speak out loud if you want to speak out loud, but this is, it's up to you. How are you doing it? Was this telepathy or was this speech?
Okay, this was telepathy so far.
Okay.
Okay, so back in character, I now speak to the group. This is the most spirit-dense area I've ever encountered before, which is amazing. But they're of little use so far in terms of telling us where to go or what to do. I am, frankly, interested in going wherever we can go, because this is fascinating. I want to meet more of these spirits.
Well, that's quite wonderful. I'm returning to my home of Londinium.
I've got nowhere to be. I'll just, can I write on my documents that I'll follow you around? Is that fine?
Was that Cozy or me?
Oh, you.
I have no objection to that.
All right, I'll try writing in my document something that. Sorry, what was your name again?
Oh, 𝘒𝘪𝘭𝑭 of the Untainted.
Great, and I'll write that down as my destination.
All right, I'm gonna wander over to the girl with wings on her back. Hey, what are you putting down for final destination?
Riddle doodle. Did we lose Riddle doodle?
This isn't my first time getting the silent treatment.
Oof.
Don't worry, lad.
I read on my paperwork that I'm from Earth and that my destination is to get back to Earth where I came from. And then I smile and hand the paperwork to Slow Voice.
Okay, so Slow Voice has now collected your papers. Oh, that was real. Okay, Echo problem solved. Slow Voice has now collected your papers and examined them all. And he says to you, well then, travelers, I suppose you're up the creek. I'm so sorry. We can't get you home at this time. I am giving you a voucher to stay at the house of 𝘒𝘪𝘭 for one night only. You have at least until tomorrow to find your own accommodation. And he hands you all a card which says, the House of 𝘒𝘪𝘭, Hotel to the Weary, and it has an address on it.
Excuse me, Slow Voice. What do you use for currency around here?
Me? I'm an angel. I don't use currency. How coarse.
What would we use for currency?
I wouldn't know.
I'm
What
sure.
is this hotel?
Could we crash at your place, maybe?
My place is right here, eternally.
How do we get to this address? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking. That was in character to the 7.
Okay.
I get a voice.
Where are we going then?
Wait, did 7 not answer how we get there?
Oh, you were asking me. Okay, yes. Slow Voice says, right. You've never even been through the city gates. I think you should go that way, and he points with his hand.
I start
Oh,
walking
boys.
in that.
How far away is it?
You see in the direction he pointed is a large plaza with a gatehouse and some guards around it. And on the other side of the plaza appears to be the open cityscape.
Okay, let's go that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, hang on a second. I'm gonna wander up to 𝘉𝘪𝘭𝘭. You seem so confident. You must have been down this way before.
Never.
Then how is it you are so full of purpose?
The spirits speak to me. When you are one with the light, there is no doubt.
Do you see the spirit that speaks to me?
I make a spirit check to see if I can sense a spirit around him.
Sure. Let's see.
Actually, wait, I don't need to do that. I can just tell if he's lying. Does he perceive a spirit?
You get a very mixed reading from it. His belief appears to be earnest, but he doesn't seem to be able to literally see it.
Okay, so I make the roll to check if I actually sense a spirit.
Yeah. Make a spirit check roll opposed by 𝘒𝐚𝐦𝐬. You're going to roll equal to your chi channeling. So two dice.
Spark to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Lim won the roll. You absolutely 100% detect a spirit around him.
Yes, I sense your spirit.
That's all I needed to hear.
I turn and continue walking toward the city.
I return to Griff.
I follow.
I also walk towards the city.
I light a cigar that I found somewhere in my belongings as I walk.
I'll
You're
follow.
gonna get thrown out.
Isn't that right, child? Thrown out for having a little smoke. Ha ha ha.
Do you have another one of those?
Why not? Yes. He fumbles around and helps Kage light up.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
I'll follow 𝘉𝘭𝘭 and ask her, so what exactly is a spirit? Is that like a ghost or like a religious entity or what?
It is much like a ghost. It can also become corporeal. Also, demons may be spirits, angels may be spirits, and my definition of a spirit may be different from what I observed here so far, as I see both corporeal and non-corporeal entities that appear to be non-human.
So are you saying that that fella may be possessed?
It's difficult to explain. And then I keep walking.
The group approaches the guardhouse. You see another couple of those stone-bodied figures. These two are dressed quite differently than the last two you saw, who were wearing robes and religious-type garb. These two are kitted out as warriors, and their stone bodies appear to be covered in thorns. The gatehouse is open, and people are flowing freely into the city.
I hand one of the guards my card and ask him how to get to the address.
He doesn't so much as look at you.
I use my spirit channeling ability to try to tug at him and grab his attention.
Okay. Make a spirit roll check against difficulty 100.
Auto fail.
Okay, you can't do it.
They're like beef eaters.
So what kind of stuff are we seeing? Like, is this place completely insane?
Yeah, so you see before you swirling crowds of people like in a dense metropolis. This would remind you of London, New York, or Tokyo. Every single being in the crowd seems to be some sort of alien or foreigner or outworlder of some kind. Many of them appear to be human or near human, but just as many of them appear to be, wild creatures the likes of which you've never seen. They seem to mostly share a common culture. Despite their differences in appearance, their style of dress seems quite similar, and they seem to mostly speak the same language.
Wasn't it fascinating? You see, if I were not in some kind of dream state at this moment, I would think to myself, why, these strange creatures, I should like to bring them back and put them in a freak show, don't you see? You see, I invested in one of these not long ago. Yeah, they are so strange looking, though, and he just keeps mumbling like this to himself and sort of...
Did you say you'd invested in a freak show?
Ah, yes, indeed. A series of them as well. A chain, or what would you call it? A franchise, rather. Yes, indeed. I mean, you're rather tall. Sorry, 1 second. I'm having trouble.
There we go.
And what are your special skills or abilities? I figure if I'm in some kind of, dreaming and whatnot, you might be some kind of special thing, I suppose. Your hair is rather interesting.
I shoot Lucretius a pitying look.
Well, I was in a freak show myself at one time, although more doing tricks, not so much being one of the freaks. But I can do some magic tricks, with cards and such. I can juggle. I can play a few instruments and that sort of thing.
Oh, an entertainer then.
Do you work here?
Me? No, I'm not from here at all.
Huh.
Well, you seem quite handy. I mean, if we can get you an instrument, perhaps you can sit out in the street and earn us some coin.
I actually have my settle on me. If you'd like to hear a tune at any point, although this might not be the place.
Why don't we find a place to sit down then? I don't know.
Hey guys, everybody make an agility roll. Beat this. 7.
Sorry, I'm still confused about how stats work. Are those modifiers?
That's just roll 1d10 and add your agility score.
Oh, great. Okay.
Okay, so I'm a little bit stupid at this. How do I do that?
Type in /roll and then 1d10 plus the number for your agility.
Let me find that.
I did not beat it.
And it's the number that we were supposed to beat.
I got a natural 1.
What are we aiming to beat?
He rolled a 7. We need to beat a 7.
Oh,
Yeah, I got a 3.
I got an 11.
Okay, so who has under? Kersey is under.
Yeah.
Mithros is under.
Under.
I'm right at 7.
And
Okay.
Lim is under, yeah.
So it's Kersey, Lithros, and Lim. All three of you have just been shoulder bumped by a small child who is now running away from you as fast as they can go.
I checked my pockets.
I attempt to materialize my Aleph and Za in front of the child and grab him.
Okay. Make a spirit channeling roll. What specific maneuver are you asking them to do?
appear on either side of the child and grab the child's arms, one to each arm.
Okay. Your difficulty is going to be 20 plus. This is the child rolling their agility. So 23. Got him. Okay. Your spirits have seized the child by the shoulders and are pinning them in place.
I walk over to the child and ask what they're doing.
The child is struggling mightily to escape their grasp and howling and spitting. Hey, let me go! Let me go! You can't! Someone call up! Let me go!
I just stare at the child and wait.
After about 15 seconds, the child calms down a little bit and ceases to struggle. While this is going on, there are 2 other kids who have made a break for it.
Wait, what do you mean made a break for it?
They're Lithros, Lim, and Kersey all got hit by
Oh, 3
pickpockets.
separate kids.
So,
I see.
I instinctively reach for my shotgun and just try to blast one of them.
Oh fuck yeah!
All right, make a ranged combat roll.
All
We're
right,
going
let me-
to have. This is an opposed roll. The child is opposing you with 10. Beat 10.
Okay, so my skill rank is 5, and then what am I doing? 1d10 plus 5?
You can roll up to 5d10.
But I should just roll as much as possible, right?
If you want to kill the motherfucker, yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Do you actually do more damage from having a bigger dice pool, or does that just affect your chance to hit?
If you the more you roll above your difficulty, the bigger the crit it is.
oh, okay, all right. So
Also, fire at 2 different targets if you split your dice pool, right?
Yep. So you
Okay.
could take a pot shot at each of the kids if you wanted to.
yeah, let's go for like a sexy like bang bang, like aim for the legs. Let's say he's not
Okay,
a
so-
total bastard. I mean,
Are
he
you
is.
shooting? Are you shooting the ones I didn't seize?
Yeah,
Yep, that's what he's doing.
yeah.
Okay.
So why don't I do 2d10 for each? Is that the move?
You have 5. You can split them up however you want, and you're making a skill shot. So I'm gonna say take a -5 on your difficulty, or rather on your roll, penalized -5 because you're trying to go for the legs.
Okay, so then I'll add a -5, and then I'm adding a +5 for my range skill.
No, the range skill is the size of your dice pool.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't
That's
understand
where
that.
the 5 dice come from.
Okay.
I think that's an agility skill, right? So you're going to add your agility to each of the rolls and then subtract 5 for the penalty.
Got it. Okay, so I've got 2 for agility.
Yeah.
So then I'll get a +2. So the first one will be a 2d10 -5 +2.
Yep. So this is the first child. First child rolls by way of defense. So you missed.
Oh, damn. All right, well, let me try for the second one with the 3d10, and that's also -5 +2, right?
Yep. Now you got to take a slash roll.
You didn't do slash roll.
Oh,
All right. That little fucker, you crit, and you just blast one of his kneecaps off. He goes down instantly.
God damn, it's so fucked up.
Holy hell!
Fuck did you just do?
Well, that little fucker stole something from me, I'm sure. Come here, boy. And I march towards him and
don't even know?
well, I'm pretty damn sure he did. But did the other guy run off? The other one ran off?
Okay.
He-
For the
he's-
other one,
He's
is it
now
like
further away, so he's still in range, but
Mhm.
it would be a longer range shot. It'd be harder to make.
is he still in line of sight, and is the area like pretty well lit?
It's broad daylight. The area he's in line of sight, but the area is heavily obstructed by interlopers. There's like a swirling crowd of
Okay.
people around.
Well, I'll try to reach through a shadow and trip him with shadow magic.
Okay. Roll your shadow skill and beat this. We gonna get a roll here? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm trying.
There
It
we
just
go.
lagged out a little bit.
Cool. All right. You pass that easily. You're able to send your right leg through a shadow emerging from a fruit vendor's street cart and sweep the leg. The child face plants.
Hell yeah.
You've got a few seconds to catch up to him before he stands up again.
Yeah, I'll just run over and grab him.
Yeah, I grab my kneecapless child by the shirt and harangue him to tell me what's going on and start looking for any of my possessions on his person.
I'm gonna shove Lucretius away from the hurt kid.
Okay, so we've now resolved the combat rounds. We now have 3 kids. There's one of you on each of them. So let's go in order here. Lim, what are you doing with your kid?
I search his pockets, carefully patting him down, looking for any possessions.
He is a street urchin. He has a pouch full of what looks like a bunch of other stolen knickknacks, a few coins, some personal effects, wallets, jewelry, that kind of stuff. And he's basically wearing rags.
I take everything he's got.
Okay. You now have a pouch full of, random shit.
Are you robbing that child?
Yes.
Right. Well, don't.
Yeah, and I'm shoving Lucretius off his kid.
So
Why not?
You're gonna
Because
take
he's
that
a
with you, too?
child. That's why not.
And I plan to take his possessions.
But that's not. That's a. Oh, shite.
I'm paranoid and I check my pocket to make sure I still have my flash drive with me.
You do not.
Oh shit.
A hungry child deserves our protection, not our hate, not our violence. I will defend the defenseless.
So presumably, having gotten up close to Lucretius, 𝐃𝐚𝐦𝐬 or Anthony will have noticed that Lucretius has a rather ugly, pockmarked and scarred face, large blackened teeth, a sort of bursting chest, and once again the smell of smoke and something worse. And perhaps may have noticed that this is a rather intimidating fellow.
Oh.
I look around frantically to see if there's anyone else running away in case the kids that bumped into us were a distraction.
Do as you wish with the children. And then I dematerialize my golden spirit.
So, presuming that I'm not being directly harassed by 𝐃𝐚𝐦𝐬, I lean in close to the kid, and I say, "You see, boy, there's an art to doing this, and when you see a man like me around, you do not take his shit unless you want to be dead in the gutter. Do you understand?" I reach to take whatever he's got.
I stop him.
I am not stopped. I mean, wait. Sorry, yes and.
I mean, if you guys want to fight about it, you can roll some dice.
Yeah, let's do it.
Are we rolling some dice?
I'm
All right,
ready.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, melee combat, unarmed.
All right.
All right, so hold on. We're going to check the... All right, so forgive me. So I've got 4 in the melee skill, so that means 4 dice, and then what are we doing, strength or something?
Yeah, so this you're one-on-one in melee combat.
Yeah.
So this is what we call a scarce dice pool, which means we're going to start the round, So both of you should first roll initiative.
Okay.
It's going to be just a D10 plus your agility plus brilliance.
Okay.
Okay.
Shit.
So Keisuke is going to go first, and then Lucretius. At the start of this round, we want you to allocate your dice. How many are you attacking with? How many are you defending with?
I will attack with 3 and defend with 2.
And again, this is from melee skill.
Yep.
I will defend with 4. Can I just defend with all of them?
You can, but then you can't attack.
Right. And if I chew my clay, that increases my stats, but it doesn't change my skills, it looks like. Though, well, I guess we'll have to figure out how that works, but I'm not going to bother with that for this situation, I suppose. Yeah, I'll just defend with all my dice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Keisuke, roll your attack dice. And
All right. Before that, to my great surprise, my fists begin glowing with green light as I perform a chi strike. That will only affect my damage if I hit, but I'm spending it before I actually roll. So now rolling my attack. There we go. 28.
Some 28, Jesus.
solid roll.
All right, so then I'm doing. So, forgive me for not quite understanding this yet. So I'm doing.
So you want to roll 4d10 plus whatever your strength is.
Okay, cool. Oh fuck! All right. Shit rolls. Shit rolls.
Oh man, yeah, that's some pretty bad dice.
Bad dice.
Okay. Well, Keisuke has connected with an unarmed attack. You can. Were you trying to just damage him, like hit point damage, or was this an attempt to subdue or push him aside, or what?
You up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to subdue him. I don't want to hurt him.
Yeah. Okay. So, how should we do mechanics for this? Right. This is what I mean by we need your rules lawyer in real time.
Right. Well, what needs to be figured out?
You know, if he was trying to like hurt you for real using unarmed, I don't know, like he's not trained as an unarmed combatant, it would be a low damage roll, like 1d10 or something.
It actually is going to count as magic damage, though. Chi strike.
Yeah. So I don't know, how does subdual work? There's sort of two different notions of it. One is like subdue someone by just beating the crap out of them, which is you reduce their hit points to 0 and then stop, like you stabilize without finishing them off, right? And the other way of subduing is like you try to get them in a hold, which means you guys are going to be in some kind of like opposed role wrestling situation, maybe like strength versus strength or something.
Or you could be rolling to knock me on my ass or something.
I'm just trying to separate him from the kid, really. I don't really care about knocking him unconscious.
Yeah, all right. So how about this? We'll do this as like a pseudo damage roll. If you can roll above 5 damage, then you have successfully pushed him.
Okay. And I get an extra +2 for my chi strike.
Yeah, so roll like 1d10 plus strength plus chi strike.
That'll do it.
Yep, got there easily. You power up with your internal energy and give him a hard shove, knocking him fully 10 yards back.
In the defense of the innocent!
So...
I made the sound effect, just to be clear. That came into his mouth.
Right. So, Lucretius is knocked solid on the ground. He's sort of crumpled, having hit a wall. But you can see that even as he sort of goes through the unpleasant experience of losing all wind, that his eyes are locked onto you quite intelligently. You get the sense that this is a man who's suffered a lot of pain before and sort of has attained a sort of mental stability besides it. But he is down and sort of just sits there coughing and trying to get his lungs working in the correct direction again.
Look over my shoulder. Wait, this is the kid he shot, right?
Yeah, it blasts his knee off.
Yeah, so telling him to run is not going to help.
Yeah, run, you little bitch. Yeah.
All right, I just maintained my combat stance.
What did the kid that I released do, Dan?
He ran away real fast.
I step over to the downed child and attempt to heal his injured leg by invoking my healing spirit.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, we got that weird white screen from you, Dan.
Oh, sorry. Did it come back? Are we
Yep.
good?
Yep.
Yeah, roll a medicine check.
$32.
Okay, so this is the type of injury you've seen many times. You know that the child's long-term prognosis is poor, but with a little spirit energy, you can stop the bleeding, stabilize the wound, and set a splint so they'll at least be able to limp home.
I do it.
Yep.
Can I do a thing real quick? ODM.
Yeah.
Which is, I would like to chew clay, but just a minor version of this. So I have this whole system with chewing clay. It sort of hypes my guy up into like barbarian rage, but I'm not trying to go into barbarian rage. I had this secondary ability, chew clay insight. Demon clay addles the brain, leading to strange humors and insight, usually into some dark feature of the social fabric or an individual's physical weaknesses. It's most useful in adversarial contexts. Not going to tell you how to solve a mechanical puzzle, but might show you that a security guard is afraid of losing his job. So in his irritated suffering, Lucretius wants to understand 𝐾𝐸𝐿 better and takes a nibble out of his jacket of some of this demon clay.
Sure. I'm going to ask you to roll a brilliance check. And because of your combat drugs, your demon clay insight, you're going to get a plus 10 to the brilliance check. So that's going to be 1d10 plus 1 plus another 10. So 1d10 plus 11 total. And I want you to beat a difficulty of 20.
15. Weak.
Okay, so you've had the wind knocked out of you and you're still a little confused. So you don't have deep insight into what's going on here, but you do sense that some of your traveling companions are not so helpless or easy to push around.
Indeed. He sort of mutters to himself. He doesn't make a big deal out of it right now, but he watches 𝐾𝐸𝐿 and starts formulating plans, thinking to himself that someone like this, with an honorable spirit, might make a good goon someday.
All I know is that a black-toothed, black-hearted scoundrel like you will never be accepted as my companion.
I'm gonna, let's see, check the kid's pockets, see, take anything that's not just like straight gold, and give all the gold back to him, and then tell him, just pick the wrong target, kid. And let him go.
All right. He scurries off into the shadows. You've picked up a handful of items that appear to be of no meaningful value to you at all. Like there's a seashell in there and some bottle caps and a bit of string. And there's also a USB drive in there.
Oh. USB drive.
Okay, yeah, and I walk back over to them, hold out what I got from him, and I'm like, any of this yours?
I immediately grab the USB drive.
Is there anything in the pouch I claimed that looks like it belongs to anyone in the group?
I mean, how would you know?
Well, what's in it?
There's like 15 different types of coins in it and like, street urchin crap like like a used handkerchief and like a notebook that is like scrawled writing in it that you can't read at all.
Okay.
While all this
I take
was...
the rest of.
Oh, go ahead.
I take the rest of the junk from Kage and put it in my backpack.
Cool. You have added about 4 ounces of random junk to your pack.
Excellent.
While all this was going on, could I get like a read on what the group's reactions were to like shooting the kid and that type of thing, and also to like passersby if they were disturbed by this at all? Because no one seems to have bothered us yet.
Yeah, and I did shoot my shotgun in the street.
Yeah.
Should we do the group round robin first?
Well, let's address Lolly first. Lolly, why don't you make a brilliance check? So 1d10 plus 3.
That would be a 12.
Yeah, nice roll. You have looked around in a almost frantic state and noticed that nobody besides your own party seems to be agitated or panicking. It's almost uncanny how the rest of the crowd is ignoring you.
Hell of a city we have here. Still sitting on the ground.
I react in no way to any of this. I'm just kind of neutral.
Am I missing any of my items?
Nope.
All right.
Am I missing any of my items?
You seem to be short some of your clay.
Oh, shit. He's
Am
sort
I
of...
missing it?
Yeah.
Nope.
Lucretius is just scuffling through his belongings, and he's starting to get quite irritated, and also increasingly suspecting that this is quite a bit different from his other drug-induced hazes.
I was horrified by the guy pulling his shotgun in the middle of the street, but then shortly after that, that was overshadowed by realizing that I had lost the flash drive, and now I'm relieved that I got it back and trying to assess the situation and figure out what to do next, but still kind of confused and stunned.
I'm gonna rush over to Griff. You see that? Felt like my hands were glowing, man.
That was insane. This feels like it can't be real. It's a pretty cool convention, huh?
Best one I've ever been to. I just went like, pow, pow, pow.
I step over and assess Lucretius for any damage.
He just had the wind knocked out of him. He's not harmed.
He's very irritated, though.
I give him a hand and help him to his feet if he'll take it.
I look at the hand. What does your character look like? What's the...
5'6" human female, dressed in shorts and a tank top.
My dear, I would not reach your hand out like that. I don't think you'll like what ends up in it. He starts getting to his feet.
I shrug and turn away.
Everyone here is so goddamn uppity.
Well, maybe we should get out of here and go to the hotel.
That's probably a good idea. I mean, let us continue on to our lodging, having defended the innocent.
Yeah.
Lucretius is quite irritated. He doesn't really want to find his own way and would rather that other people handle it, but he doesn't want to act like he's following the crowd, so he sort of fiddles in his jacket for a while longer to wait and see what happens.
Lucretius, as you're fiddling in your jacket, you realize that the card that the angel handed you with directions to go to the House of Succor is warmly glowing and vibrating a little bit, almost like it's pulling in a direction.
Oh, what's this? Take it out and hold it out in front of me. You there, spirit girl. You see my card here seems to be trembling a mite, and perhaps wants us to go away. It seems that that's how I feel about it anyway.
It's distinctly pulling in a specific direction as if it's being yanked by a magnet, but it's a very gentle pull.
I hold it out in front of me, and presumably the others can see that it's glowing, and I sort of just start walking slowly in the direction it's pulling.
Yep. The glow becomes brighter and brighter as you walk down several blocks, and you see approaching you on your left is the House of Succor.
All right, is the party with me, or are they back where they were?
I've been following you.
Yeah, same.
Cool. Well, children, it seems that we've found our succor. I make my way up the steps and push the door open.
Excellent. The party enters the House of Succor, and this is a cue for me to take a 5-minute break to grab another snack and drink.
Break.
So what are we? Okay, so while we're doing this like brief break for some people, I assume that we're like kind of observing each other. Do we want to talk about kind of what we're seeing on each other a little bit to get a feel for our characters a little bit more?
You mean in character or out of character?
Either.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Well, why don't you start, Lim, so we can get a sense for what kind of things you're looking to hear.
I'm trying to think I guess just like describe your body language and your reactions to kind of what was going on around you. So basically this whole time my character has been totally unfazed by everything that happened. And she has been sort of just she hasn't reacted particularly to any of the group's actions except for when 𝘒𝐚𝐬 was insisting that he was in a dream state. She gave him a pitying look. And otherwise, you guys haven't really seen her emotionally react to much of anything, even when she stepped over and healed the kid.
Oh. Well, Anthony has, he's still rolling with the whole con idea. He was horrified by the shotgun blast, but then when the kid was healed, he assumed it was just a convention gimmick. So now he's just having a great time.
Lolly's been pretty jumpy pretty much the whole time, but after all the crazy shit went down, he started to sort of go into this like a little bit of shock, but also just very, very much an observational mode. Like, okay, how can I deal with these like incredibly powerful psychos?
I'm starting to gain more composure and come to grips with what's happening. I'm tightly clutching my USB drive and with my hand in my pocket to make sure I don't lose it again. And currently my goal is to figure out how to get into this hotel and get into a private room where I can collect my thoughts and figure out what I need to do next.
Who haven't we heard from? Little Doodle?
Yeah. I've been sort of assessing the situation. I look pretty suspicious, and I've been sort of looking around to see if there was an opportunity to sort of go off on my own. And
When you say look suspicious, you mean that you seem to be a suspicious character, or you are suspicious of others?
I'm suspicious of the whole situation. I don't really understand what's happening, so I don't feel that I can trust anyone. I thought about intervening with the whole child shotgun issue, but I thought that it also might be a good distraction to take off on my own, but it didn't work out.
Kage?
Yeah,
Oh.
Kage.
I've basically been pretty okay with the whole situation. You could tell I was like sympathetic to the kid, but wasn't really too surprised that somebody shot his kneecap either.
and I've kind of just been watching everybody and seeing like how dangerous they seem overall, I guess.
Word.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, I have returned. I have a snack and a drink.
Did that get you what you were looking for, Lynn?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of do a vibe check on everyone because presumably we're looking at each other. So I feel like
Yeah.
that was a summary of kind of where everyone's at.
Cool. Soren Riddledoodle is a... What did you say, Riddledoodle? A mix, kind of looks like an elf, kind of looks like a fairy?
Yeah, half fairy, half elf. Elf dad, fairy mom.
Got it. Elf dad, fairy mom.
Soren, you may be thinking about Odds' character. Who's
Yeah.
Tall and lanky and a little bit subtly reptilian.
Yeah, although you probably wouldn't have noticed that yet. He takes trouble to conceal it.
Oh, that's quite cool. I do wanna
Percy,
learn about that.
what does Lucretius look like again?
Can I read my description?
Yeah.
Lucretius Porden is almost certainly not the birth name of this imposing mustachioed man, but you'd rather not be the one to bring it up. He wears a monocle on a scarred and pockmarked face, often chewing some black substance or a fat cigar. He flashes a leering smile to reveal large, blackened teeth. So he kind of looks like Bill the Butcher. That's why I have him as my profile pic right now from Gangs of New York. He's sort of from like, and you know, this stuff will be revealed, but kind of like a steampunk Victorian setting. So sort of 19th century or turn of the century looking get up. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling like Al Swearingen vibes from you. Cool.
Takes a punch like a champ.
Yeah. By the way, viewers, you may not know. So Keisuke's picture right now was drawn by Odds. So I'm moving my mouse by it. So that is the awesome picture we have of Anthony.
Yeah, thanks for the drawing, Odds. It's wonderful.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's cool as hell. Thank you, P Zombie, for the sub. Appreciate it, man.
Sorry, I'm just chewing. 1 minute.
Yeah, also on the meta, I'm having fun with this, but I've also been like doing a lot. And so I want to sort of make sure I get out of the way enough for everybody to get in there.
Yeah, I've been trying to kind of stay out of the way too, both because it's in character for me and because I want to let some of you guys who are not as experienced with tabletop jump in too, because I know it's easy to sort of railroad.
Yeah.
So please.
What are you eating, Dan?
I got some bread and butter.
Classic. I love bread. I had some bread and
Really
butter
good.
today.
It's like a shepherd's bread, and it's super duper fresh. So if I don't eat it today, it will be terrible tomorrow, right?
Oh yeah. What is shepherd's bread?
Like real super basic, like just a dough ball.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Tall for a fairy, short for an elf. So 5'7".
Yeah, that's right. Get your fey creatures straight. So racist, people confuse them. All right, so you guys are standing in the lobby of the House of Succor. It's a dome-shaped building, which has a bunch of sort of hexagonal-shaped nooks carved out into lots of areas. So it almost looks like the inside of a beehive. There's a reception desk standing in front of you, and there is what appears to be a man-sized sort of bent into humanoid-esque shape, like a insect kind of creature. Looks a little bit like an ant.
How little like an ant?
Like imagine an ant that was standing up on its rear two legs, and it would stand to about 6 feet tall if it stood that way.
It looks a lot like an ant.
Yep. It's like a really
Holy
big ant standing
crap.
up like a man.
Excuse me, sir, madam.
It turns to you and says, "Well, actually, members of my species are all neuters except for the queen."
Oh, so what do I call you?
You may call me Dave.
Right, Dave. We've got some vouchers here for a night at the hotel.
Ah, very good, very good. I see you've just come from the refugee camps. Please follow me. I will set you up in your quarters.
Fantastic. Thanks, Dave.
Dave leads you down a short hallway and takes you through one of the hexagon-shaped portals into a secondary dome, slightly smaller than the first one you were in. It looks like it's filled with bunk beds, basically. There are something like 30 beds in here. You guys have been given 8 of them, and the rest of them are in various states of being made and unmade. It's not obvious how many other roommates you guys have, but a few.
I sit down on one of the beds and start meditating.
Oh.
Dave, would you happen to know whether it'd be all right to where a good place is to perform, say, music or sort of entertainment tricks for the public in exchange for coin? Is that something you could do here at the hotel, or would I have to go elsewhere?
Dave says, "Please don't make too much noise here. It disturbs the guests."
No problem.
Dave, where can I put my junk?
He gestures towards I said he. Dave isn't a he. My bad. They gesture towards a strongbox at the foot of your bunk.
Is there a key?
Nope, doesn't lock.
Great.
It has a slot where you could put a lock through it if you had a lock.
All right. Thank you.
I grab a bed.
Dave, where's the closest place to get some clothes?
Dave gestures at their apparent nudity and says, "You're really asking the wrong person."
Sure, but for someone like me, if I wanted to get some clothes that fit me and match the style, where would I go?
Well, I suppose it would be reasonable to start at the bazaar.
Which direction is that from the hotel?
He hands you a touristy style map, the type that folds up and can be put in your pocket.
Nice. I take the map and go sit down on a lower bunk and open up the map to check it out.
It appears to be a map of the immediate surrounding area. It looks like it's a kind of cutout slice of the City of Throne. Your mind is blown when you realize the scale of the city, that the area you're in constitutes such a tiny fraction of it as to be almost insignificant.
I take in as much information and learn as much as I can from the map and try to remember
You see that
it for
in
later.
the immediate vicinity, there is a bazaar that has vendor stalls for shopping, and there is a food court, open air market with street food, and there are a few buildings that are marked out One of them says outpost for the Guild of the Brass Manacles. Another one says local headquarters of the Accountants Guild. And the third one says Knights Concordant Barracks.
Dan, I'm silently communicating with my spirit Pascules, and I'm trying to get him, or I'm demanding that he gives me information about what I'm supposed to be doing here right now, or what he wants me to be doing here. This is my healing spirit.
Yeah, I'm checking your character sheet now.
Hey, Lucretius, is that your name?
Ah, yes, indeed, but some of them call me Lenny, or Boss Man.
Boss man, I like boss man. Boss man, what's that thing you used to attack that poor child in the street? That wooden metal thing.
Oh, this! And he pulls out a shotgun, which is actually, upon investigation, rather ornate in a somewhat Victorian style.
Aye, it's beautiful. What is it?
Well, would you like to play with it? I mean, come here. You said you're a bit of a musician. I like to think of myself as a band player of some sort as well.
I don't think Dave would enjoy the loud noise that might cause in here, but I'd love to take it out someplace less populated sometime, maybe.
Oh, absolutely. You can count on it. Just let me know.
Wonderful.
Lim, you have consulted with your spirit, the one you call Pascules. Make a spirit channeling check. Okay. Your connection is very clear right now. You're able to manifest Pascules in your mind in a very lucid state, and he's available for conversation.
Where am I, and what should I be doing here? This seems like an amazing opportunity to recruit more spirits, grow as a healer, which is part of why you're along for the ride with me here, but I'm completely unfamiliar with this realm. You need to give me some guidance.
Pascules nods his head and says, I'm nearly as confused as you are, but in the Society of Spirits, there was talk about a world beyond worlds. I think we may be there now.
And now being here, thanks to Zaw's involuntary push, thanks Zaw, I suppose we make the best of this opportunity, but who should I even seek out? What should I do?
I think, in our order, in the way of truth, of which you are a student, the only thing to do is to find out the truth of what happened, what brought you here, and why.
This is wise. Thank you. And I dematerialize him.
Okay?
So, did we see any of this?
Nope.
Got it.
So I now address the group and I say, we must seek what brought us here and why we're here. Beyond that, my spirits are telling me nothing.
The Knights Concordant seem to understand how things work around here, and Dave said they were right nearby. We could go pay them a visit.
I nod.
Reaction, yeah!
Perhaps after that we could figure out how to go about securing a place to stay for the next few days. I imagine this won't be a quick trip.
I am thinking a little coin might do us well.
Well, we know how you like to make coin, and we'll find a better way.
You ought to respect a businessman, laddie.
Is Dave still here?
Nope.
What about you? With the wings, what do you do? Do you have any skills to bring to the table to help us out of this mess? Addressing the winged one.
Not really concerned about whoever you guys are. I'm trying to figure out a way to get home. I have my own things going on. If you're gonna go visit the knights, I'll go along with you, but I see no reason to tell you anything about my skills or powers.
Well, I see
Dan,
this one. No, go ahead.
Dan, I do a spirit channeling check to see if I can sense spirits around any of the others besides Keisuke.
Okay, give me a roll with difficulty 25. Yeah, so here's what you pick up on. There is mild spiritual energy around all of them, but only Keisuke seems to have a secondary spirit. So Keisuke has his own spirit as well as some other one sort of riding along or standing behind him. And everyone else doesn't have a sort of buddy spirit like that, but the like texture of their spirit aura is very different than what you're used to seeing.
What's the empathic, like, emotional alignment I get from each of them?
You sense that they are in general confused.
Got it. Okay.
While the rest of the group is talking about going to find the Ninth Concordant, I look around the rest of the room and see if there's any other strong boxes and if there's anything in them.
The other strong boxes are either empty or they're locked. They each seem to have, the locked ones seem to have different locks on them. Seems like they've been supplied by their user. So where are we going, guys?
Well, it
Like-
sounds like we're going to the Ninth Concordant.
Okie dokie. You head out of the House of Succor back into the plaza. You see that off to your left is the barracks of the Knights Concordant. Straight ahead of you is the bazaar and the food court, and off to the right are the two guild houses, the Guild of the Brass Manacles and the Accountants Guild.
Can I stop to talk to Dave?
Yeah,
he
he's back
still-
at the reception desk.
Okay, I walk over to the reception desk and ask Dave how, if there's a currency that they take at the House of Succor to stay longer than one night.
He says, "Oh, well, you see, we don't accept currency of any kind. This is the House of Succor. The deal is, anyone can stay here for one night, and only for one night."
Is there another hotel in the city nearby?
Oh, lots, but that would be another neighborhood.
Such as?
Well, you could head up to the park level. That's about 100 floors up from here. It's really beautiful. They get so much sunlight, not like us down here in the undercity.
And they take currency?
Oh, do they ever? Lots and lots of it.
All right, thank you, Dave. I return to the rest of the group.
Right, as we're walking in the street, I'm getting a funny look on my face. Doesn't really seem like they could fit all this in a hotel.
What are you on about, boy?
Don't ever call me boy again. And, I'm just thinking, things... That was an ant! That was a giant ant!
That's a bit rude. They're probably not actually called that.
I mean, you saw where the thorax connected to the abdomen. That's not a costume!
It did look
no.
like an ant, didn't it?
People look different sometimes, and that's all right.
Dave seems like a great fella.
I have no problems with Dave. I don't get it. This is a big city. I went down an elevator. It's not adding up. It's not adding up.
You're a bit slow, aren't you?
Yes, I agree. You are a little bit slow, aren't you, Mr. 𝘒𝐸𝐿?
Pretty strong, though.
Hey.
I was fast enough for you, Lucretius.
Well, keep your wits about you, young man. I can call you that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll let you get away with one of those every once in a while.
But where are we going? They said this was the house of, what did they say? The Knights of the Concord Knights or something.
It's right there.
Yeah, you're standing right in front of the barracks of the Knights Concordant.
Perhaps they can tell us what this is all about. I go for the door.
Okay. It is a military-style fortification. There are several of these angel statue figures standing guard outside the front door, as well as some apparently normal, humanoid, mortal-looking people. They all seem to be wearing a similar uniform, which is a shining steel breastplate studded with diamonds and what look like almost priestly robes and such around that.
Cool.
I stand back at a safe distance and watch to see what happens when Lucretius goes up to the front door.
As Lucretius approaches the front door, one of the angels stops him, points a spear directly at him, and says, "Halt! What is your business with Concordia?"
Oh, me. Don't need to bother with that pointy thing right there. You see, I'm simply seeking information and perhaps a way to make some coin. You see, we've got quite a band of misfits here, and we happen to, sell one of them to you, or perhaps put them up for some kind of service, or I don't know. We're just trying to do business here.
The angel's headgear suddenly unfolds, revealing a kind of elaborate crest. Its crest begins glowing with a furious red energy, and it says to you in a thundering voice, "Stand back, villain! This is not the place for that."
Lucretius looks like he wants a challenge for a second, but is clearly like, fuck that. And so he steps back and gestures to the others. "Why don't you of you talk to him? I don't seem to be having any forward motion here."
I step forward and ask... Sorry, I'll do this in character. I was sent here by my spirit Pascules. What brought us here, and what is our purpose here? We were greeted by members of your order.
The Angelic Knight returns to a calm, resting stance, and its head crest relaxes once again. It says, "Finally, someone reasonable. Who are these people anyway? Don't they know we're the Knights Concordia?"
We know nothing of your world. That's why we're here.
Clearly. Well, I don't usually do tour guide, but I'll tell you what. Just for today, why don't you meet me for a cup of tea in the bazaar at the end of my shift, 30 minutes from now. My name is 13 Talks to Idiots.
Well.
Thank you. Agreed.
A date, then.
I'm gonna lean over to Kai and go, did he just say he wanted to sell us?
I'm sure it's a misunderstanding.
I still don't know what's going on here.
I turn and walk away.
Well, I love tea, so I'm going to go wait for him and drink tea. In fact, I have my very own tea service that I can use to brew it.
You did, in fact, bring a fancy tea set with you.
Who's with me?
I accompany him.
I follow while muttering and smoking something.
He knows we don't have coin, right? Right, guys?
Well, I have
Actually,
some
grab
gold on
some
me. It
coin.
just
You
depends
gotta
on what they
Grab
take.
some from the street urchins, remember?
And Kage said something.
Well, I've got some coin. It just depends if they take gold.
Lucretius perks up.
I have the street urchins' possessions. Surely they'll trade.
Well, let's have some tea.
Well, I don't have a way of heating it up exactly.
Well, if you'd let me help you, boy, I do have a rather number of things that are combustible on me. He in fact has matches, lighters,
Yeah,
gunpowder.
you can manage to get a fire going.
Great.
You're also in the middle of an outdoor food court. People are eating all kinds of alien delicacies. It smells wonderful, and there are actually many tea stalls around here as well.
Well, I'm gonna set up my own little tea service and start brewing.
Cool. You've got some tea. About 20 minutes pass, and the angel approaches you.
Here, have a cup.
He sits down.
You know, I learned everything I know about tea from a very wise old man named Iroh.
Sorry, I'm breaking character here.
He said, sharing tea with a fascinating stranger is one of life's true delights.
The angel says, "Excuse me, I have very little time, and this is burdensome as is. You caught me in a good mood today, and if your idiot friend wasn't so rude, you might have caught me in a better mood. I understand that you must be one of the new batches of refugees, yeah?
Yes.
I see. It's a terrible trouble, and the camps are overloaded with the inflow. It's been especially bad lately. Well, you must have some questions. What are they?"
What are we refugees from?
Well, I suppose you must be confused about how you got here then. You look like a bunch of prime worlders to me, and if I'm not mistaken, you've never been to the Outlands before, have you?
Are these the Outlands?
Well, there you go. Answers my question. Yes, we are at the center of the wheel here, in a place called Throne, the city connected to everywhere else, surrounded by the Great Void. On the other side of the void is where you come from. We call these prime worlds. They are reflections of the perfection of God, but broken into a billion shards like a shattered mirror.
How do we cross the void?
Well, normally you don't, being made of squishy meat. Wouldn't work out well for you, no. The way that your kind usually gets here is on the King's Road. This is, I suppose you sometimes call them doors or portals. It's a means of transition from one layer to another. Does that make sense?
Why were we brought here?
Well, I wish I had an answer for you there, because I surely don't know. My best guess is the King's Road has gone haywire again, and the last time it went haywire, one of the demiurges went missing. They wield the keys of kings that stabilize and energize the whole network. Last time one of the demiurges went missing, the network destabilized for, I think it was decades before they showed up again.
We saw an entire intake apparatus manned by your compatriots.
Hell yeah!
Why
That's
are
what
you
I'm talking
organizing and preparing refugees from the King's Road?
Well, somebody's got to do it. We are the Knights of the Concord. It is our mission to maintain the peace.
And why did you split us into groups for this?
Bureaucrats and their sense of humor. I couldn't tell you.
So we're refugees. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, we have nothing for you. I'm sorry that this happened to you. As best as I can tell, the portal network is malfunctioning, unstable, and down. I think it's above my ken to know the causes of that, but surely somebody must understand. The reason you were sent here is to get you off the streets. This place is dangerous. I suggest you find a way to keep your head on your shoulders.
And isn't anyone putting all these unwashed masses to work? I mean, certainly there's a business proposition here that someone's making use of, are they not?
Ha! Coin, of course. I forget how much you squishy types love your coins and your ownership and your pretending. It must be so horrible to keep having to feed that face hole of yours every single day, and if you don't, you just dry up and stop, don't you? Oof, what a horrible condition. I understand the way it compels you, though. Sure. The guilds, the guilds.
You're liable to give yourself a face hole one of these days, I suppose. But anyway, the guild you're saying, what's that all about?
They run the city. They are the agents of our kings, the demiurges, tasked to handle the business affairs of this huge place. There are hundreds of guilds, and no one knows who their allegiance is to at this point. But they certainly handle the coin around here. Yes, they do that.
Can you tell me what happened the last time a demiurge went missing? How was that being found?
Well, that was in the last war. There was a struggle over, I think it was the word flame, the key now held by Incubus. He whispers as he says the name Incubus. And, they fight. They kill. They destroy. They destroy each other and steal each other's power. And then a new one comes along. Same key, new face.
Speaking of fighting and killing, is there a law of the land here? Or, say we were to witness someone stealing or shooting a child in the knee, what would happen to that person?
If you're asking if there are courts, then no. The throne sits empty. The demiurges don't rule. They have abdicated. If you're asking what you should do if you see someone being assaulted in the street, call the Knights Concordia. It is our job to keep the peace.
Good. So any crimes we should just not do in front of you then?
You have to free your mind of this word crime. There is no law here. We keep the peace, if you understand.
How do you define peace exactly? Do you have noise ordinances?
Child, you bore me. You know it when you see it.
I have a question.
Speak up, young man. He can't hear you.
Yeah, I have a question. So you don't have any direction for us? You don't have guidance on specifically what we should do, or like a quest to give us? I'd sip my tea.
The angel picks up a glass of tea and opens its face mask. You see behind its face mask is a gaseous cloud of what appears to be a swirling blue and purple steam with motes of light trapped inside it. It pours the cup of tea directly into this cloud of steam, which sort of adds to the voluminous mist swirling forth.
So he has a face hole after all.
It then reattaches its face mask and says, "You're quite the timid sort, aren't you? Come on, stand up." The angel rises to its feet. You notice that it's about 8 feet tall.
I stand up, quivering a little bit.
It takes each of its arms. It has 4 of them, you've now noticed. The second 2 were folded underneath a dense jacket, and it's now fully deployed all 4 of its arms. It stands you up straight, holds you by the shoulders, and locks its blank faceplate with your gaze. You hear it begin to speak into your mind. I want you to make a willpower check against difficulty 8. So 1d10 plus willpower.
Go.
I'm liking this angel characterization, by the way. It's quite an image.
All right, I did it.
Holy shit. As the angel tried to probe into your mind, you're able to somehow resist. The angel is taken aback and says, "Oof, well, you've got more spine than I expected, boy. Good for you. Let me be gentle with you then." It takes out one of its swords. It hands it to you, hilt side forward, and says, "Why don't you take a swing at me?"
Right. I ready myself and swing with all my might.
The angel almost effortlessly catches your sword. It says, "You don't have the soul of a warrior, but you want to.
Yes.
You asked me what to do. I think that's what it is."
So are you giving us all fortune-telling, then?
The first one is free, and you're an asshole. Fuck you. Figure it out yourself.
Well, he's more amused than offended.
𝐾𝐚𝐦𝐧, let's go over to the Accountants Guild and see if we can figure out a way to make money over there.
This guy's really cool.
Yeah, but it looks like he's getting tired of us, and we're not going to get any money out of him.
Money? Money is so... It's beneath us. We should just worry about how we can help.
𝐾𝐚𝐦𝐧, this isn't a con. We are in a different world, and we need money to survive. We need to get food. We need to find a place to stay. We can only stay in that hostel for one night. We need to figure something out.
So I'm listening to them have this exchange and nodding along, but then I stand up and touch the angel on the shoulder, and I address him and say, "So your role is to keep the peace, and you'd like us to report it to you if the peace is not kept, correct?"
It's more like, hopefully we can be in the right place at the right time. But if something sufficiently threatening is happening, you can use this. And he hands you a gemstone. It says, "Stomp on this gemstone as hard as you can, or shatter it against a wall. Whenever one of these gems is shattered, consider us to be signaled."
I consider the gemstone in my hand for a moment, and I then address him again and say, "I have an alternate proposal. Perhaps I could call upon you whenever I see a sufficient enough emergency through a bond, an agreement that I'll help you keep the peace for sufficiently large disturbances if you'll come whenever I call you."
The angel lifts its face mask and glares into you with its energetic, gaseous form. You notice now that it has opened up a pair of burning eyes. Make a willpower check against difficulty 8.
Is that 1d10 plus my willpower?
Yeah.
Oof. 3.
That is a critical failure. The angel has tunneled into your mind with its divine power. You see a revealed vision of the void, filled with greater spirits than you can imagine. You realize instantly that you have badly underestimated the nature of the entity you're dealing with here. It is far, far beyond you. You're then expelled from its mind violently. You fall to the floor and take 2 points of damage.
Okay. I get up and brush myself off.
Lucretius watches, fascinated, trying to get some sense of the power landscape, and realizing that, once again, this place is much more massive and than expected, and that these are not mere cops. These angel figures.
I back away from the angel. Oh, go ahead.
I tuck the gemstone into the pouch I took from the orphan, which I've tied in my waist.
Mm-hmm.
I back away from the angel and start walking over towards the Accountants Guild and motion to Keisuke to follow me.
I'm with him.
Thank you so much for your help, and then I'll go follow them.
Well, I'd better keep these... Shit, that came out as Scottish. I'd better keep these... Shit, I lost my accent. I follow.
Oh no, sorry.
I follow. No, you mind-tunneled me.
Griff, do you know what this means?
I have no idea what this means.
I am Keisuke.
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah.
I walk over to the Accountants Guild building and look at the building from the front.
The building appears to be shaped almost like a file cabinet, except made out of gold. In front of the building is an intake center. It looks like a desk that has a velvet rope queue behind it. You're gonna have to get in line.
I go and I get in the back of the line.
Okay. You're standing in line. There are a bunch of alien creatures in front of you. As you're standing in line, a fight breaks out amongst two of the city dwellers in front of you. One of them appears to be a demonic creature wearing a blue mask and shouting a tirade of obscenities, the likes of which you've never heard in at least a dozen different languages. Its partner in abuse is a apparently voluptuous young woman whose face seems to be covered in a mask and a hood, but whose body below the neck is in extremely lewd clothing.
Excuse me, is something amiss here?
The demon in the blue mask turns towards you and says, "What art thou talking about? How dare fucking... Where's the money? Where's the money? What do you need?"
That's what we'd like to know too. Where's the money? How can we get money? Do you happen to know?
Ah, daft. You think that it's not Tuesday? You think it's not the day of lies? Why are you here?
We're looking for work. We've got no place to stay.
Work. Yes. Here for work. Then why are you standing in line at the Accountants Guild, the daft skullfucker?
Where should we be standing in line?
This is accounts receivable, where we pay the bills, dummy.
I don't know what those words mean.
I know a thing or two about finance. Maybe I can help.
This
Finance,
young fella's
you say.
very capable.
Finance,
You
you
should...
say. Look, do you think that you can argue the accountants in this bitch of a place out of collecting my cash, this hard-earned cash that this fucking slut earned for me?
But maybe we could take it down a notch. But yeah, if it's unfair, I will stand for you.
Oh, you need us to
Do you
negotiate.
work on commission contingent on arguing the case successfully?
We need money, right?
Yes, I do think we do.
I'll do that. If it's the right thing to do, 𝘒𝐸𝐿 is there.
Okay. The blue masked imp takes out a stack of receipts and begins to go over in excruciating detail with you what appear to be a variety of accounting errors and mistakes in the ledger.
I make sure to pull out my cell phone to keep track with the calculator on it. Make sure everything adds up right.
I look over 𝘂𝐸𝐿's shoulder and try to help him with this task and check his work.
It's Anthony right now, thanks.
All right, Anthony Robertson, make a finance skill check against
All right.
difficulty 10.
Do you have finance as a skill?
I'm 2 ranks in finance.
Oh my god.
I made
Amazing.
so much
Jesus.
money on GameStop.
Oh my god.
Oh, nice.
All right. What did I say the difficulty was?
I think you said 10.
Yeah, I think I said 10. Okay, you passed. You sort out this imp's financial problems. It's quite obvious that there has been an attempt to embezzle some money that was very, very poorly covered up by simply crossing out some entries.
Yep, see, right here. If it was Excel, you could just hide the rows, but, you know, doesn't work like this.
The demon says, "Well, you fucking louse. Oof. Somebody's gonna pay for it tonight. But for you, I'll tell you what. This seems to have really bailed my ass out of the line. Do you know what happens if you get in trouble with the Accountants Guild?"
I guess it's probably really bad. Accountants seem like hard asses.
You notice that you've almost reached the front of the line now, and the person who's currently at the counter has just failed to argue their case to the accountant and has been charged with financial fraud, and they were immediately disintegrated by a laser beam.
Oop.
I think we should probably get out of this line.
Yeah, this isn't our concern anymore, is it?
Wait, we need to get money from this demon guy.
Okay, I fixed your problem. Can I have my payment now?
He says, yeah, hold on. The demon approaches the counter, presents their corrected paperwork, and receives a small stack of gold coins in exchange for it. The demon hands you about 10% of their stack, thanks you, and moves on.
Sweet.
I get out of the line as fast as possible.
Yep.
Why, that was handy, young man. Very good.
Yes, thank you. Looks
And
like
did-
all that trading in EVE Online paid off.
And did my healing check work?
Oh, I didn't even see that. You're trying to heal the hit points damage, and you rolled a 36. Yes, you're healed back to full.
Now, this is rather interesting. You see, you seem to have this sort of money-changing awareness, or whatever they call it, the accountant ability. Perhaps we could set up a stand somewhere and, you know, make some contracts. You see what I'm saying? Certainly more people than this. Perhaps right outside on the street. What do you think, Tony, young man?
I don't think that's what I'm here for.
Well, surely we need a place to sleep, and you are here to help others, right? I mean,
I
we all...
just earned this money. We can use this to get a hotel room, and then I can focus on my true destiny.
suppose we should find out how much it costs to stay in a hotel room.
Aye, indeed.
Lucretius,
Maybe we should try to go up to the higher level, the park level that Dave told us about.
Lucretius, when we first arrived, the demon that you asked for a cigar told us to look him up later. Perhaps we should seek his counsel.
Well, yes, indeed. He gave me this token here, and he pulls out the token that said, someone's funhouse. Oscar's funhouse?
Oscar. Yeah,
Oscar's
Oscar's Funhouse.
Now, it does say here that it's a fun house, but you see, a lot of times these fun house sorts of places, they're rather a seedy sort, and given what we've seen already with that fellow getting blasted to smithereens and other such business, I don't know what we'll find at such a place as this, but, you know, once we've got our lodging, perhaps, I don't know. I did have some interest in what that fellow was smoking, but that is, you know, not immediately practical. But yes, the Oscar's Funhouse. Perhaps we can ask around about it.
I check my map and see if I can find any information about Oscar's Funhouse on my map.
It is not marked on your tourist map.
Maybe the coin is like the card. Maybe it'll like glow or something if you hold it up.
Aye, indeed. Lucretius holds it up and kind of wills it to do something. Still sort of
Make a
thinking he's in a
spark check.
dream. What's that?
Spark check.
Spark check.
Yeah, against difficulty 2.
My spark. Big fat Uno. Unless I'm on drugs.
Yeah,
Which I'm
so
not.
roll higher than 1.
Yeah. Oh, difficulty 2. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You have narrowly avoided a critical failure. Yeah, so you notice that the unmarked rear side of the coin seems to have a kind of iridescent surface to it, but when you rub your thumb over it, it says, "To find the fun house, have a little fun. Spend this coin on number 1."
To find the fun house, have a little fun, spend this coin on number 1. You see, I was having fun here until that little cock punched me in the gut, and then I've been rather bothered. I have a headache, and you see, that idiot kid stole some of my clay, you see. I'm in a rather bad mood. We were by a food court. So he starts kind of rambling and seeming rather disoriented and sort of like a little bit like dangerous, psychotic. And perhaps it seems as though he should be getting some food or a smoke or something, but...
I lay a hand on his shoulder and again use passkeys to channel and try to calm him because I can see he's visibly agitated.
Yeah, so make a spirit channeling check, difficulty 20. Okay, passed it easily. Pascalese manifests for a fraction of a second, but blasts out a wave of calming energy. Everyone in a 10-foot radius is now feeling significantly more focused and clear, and your mental afflictions are at ease.
Yeah.
I think that woman we saw earlier might have been a hooker. That seems like the sort of thing you'd spend on number 1, right?
That does sound rather pleasant, doesn't it? I'm feeling better already, though. Yes, fun. Let us have some fun. He looks pleased, sort of mesmerized at his surprisingly good state. He approaches the woman who was scantily clad.
The imp and his hooker have sort of wandered off into a shady corner in the central plaza, the food court area, where he has a pack of 4 different scantily clad women of various humanoid persuasions standing around him in a circle.
Well there, mister, are we open for business today? I'm, you could say, looking to have a little fun.
Says, I got lots of fun. Your buddy was fun back in line. I'm in a good mood, buddy. Who do you want? What can I do for you?
Lucretius, casts about and takes out his coin. He says, well, what would you say that this would get me?
The imp picks it up. Says, Jesus, fuck. You don't know what this is, do you?
He shrugs.
The imp snaps his fingers, and a map appears. He hands you the map, and it says, and the imp then says to you, this is a way to find what you're looking for. You didn't hear it from me, and you better be careful. What Oscar thinks is fun might not be what you think is fun.
But is there any benefit? I mean, is this man just a monster, or is there some sort of... Perhaps he could help us out, a friend or whatever.
Oscar is very helpful. Oh, he would love to help you. Definitely go talk to Oscar. The imp starts laughing to himself maniacally.
Well, then. No chance of a dalliance with one of these fine young ladies.
For that, I'm afraid it takes cold, hard cash. If you've got any gold, we'll get you what you want.
So, just to be clear, do I have now a map from...
Yeah, he handed you a scroll that has a map written in demonic characters.
I bring it back to the group to see if they can make any sense of it.
While they've been talking, I've been quietly flirting with one of the girls off to the side, which is the first anyone has seen any emotion from me, really. Do I need to... Are you going to make me roleplay that? Do I...
What do you want to roll for? What are you trying to get? What are you trying to do here?
Chat with her? I think she's pretty.
She thinks you're pretty too, thanks.
Are you going to make me roleplay this?
What are your expectations right now?
Just getting to know her.
Okay, so she's wearing a spiked collar that's locked. She has a what appears to be a vinyl or a pleather mask, skin tight, with two breathing holes with straws in them for her nostrils. It's like very fetish gear, and she's basically blindfolded in the mask.
Ask her if she's happy.
She says, I have never been happier. Tee-hee.
Do you want to come with me?
She stops talking to you.
Alright.
Well then, friends, what's it going to be? Do we try this Oscar fellow, or do we go up the escalator, whatever you called it, to the garden place where the hotel is?
But we can still stay at this House of Sucker tonight, so we shouldn't waste our money unneededly. I'm losing it. Unnecessarily is how a role player would speak.
Well,
It sounded like the Park Hotel was quite expensive as well. We might want to look for something a bit lower key.
Well, we could always try our chances with this Oscar.
I say we inquire with Oscar.
I say we go check out Oscar.
You had a
We
good
might as
rapport
well.
with him, Lucretius. I think you should give him a bit, go approach him whilst we stand at a safe distance.
Agreed.
Well, I'm sort of... He's a little flattered. He somehow took that as a compliment, and, sort of puffs his chest out a little bit and says, well, I'm certain to have a talk with him. Yes, indeed. So he starts following whatever markings seem to be available on the map.
I follow.
Okay. So the map has a cursor on it. When you unfurl the scroll, it seems to have like a glowing trail kind of thing that's leading you towards the undercity.
From where are we now? We're not in the undercity. We're in the...
You're basically like the top floor of the undercity, and it goes down like a lot.
Oh, shit. All right. Well, let's go for it. And I have in the back of my mind that I want to get Lolly set up with a way to play play music to get money, because the gears in my head are turning towards cold hard cash. Try to get the hell out of here. But I do follow the markings.
Okay. You travel through several consecutive districts of this place, seeming to slope downward at every opportunity. The verticality of the architecture here is outrageous. Almost everything is on a terrace or suspended from the shoulders of an abandoned Titanic structure or whatever. You're beginning to realize the fact that you're in what appears to be an enormously scaled, like, cylinder that's been carved out into a city. It is literally the hub at the center of creation. As you pass through these districts, you see more of the same. The place is absolutely bustling, and the undercity appears to be very bohemian in character. There's a lot of public business, street carts, vendor stalls, plazas, people going about their shopping or hanging out. There are many places like cafes and smoking lounges and little gazebos with musicians in them that you pass by on your way down.
I keep an eye out to see if there's anything that looks like a clothing store.
Sure, there are a bunch of places in the open market bazaars that sell clothing of various kinds.
Hey, Keisuke, could I have a couple of your coins?
How many do I have exactly?
Let's say 35.
35 coins. Yeah, you can have 2.
Okay. I go over to a shop or a stall or something that's selling some cloaks and ponchos.
You find a poncho to your liking.
Nice. I ask how much it costs and buy it if I can.
She takes your coins with glee, almost as if you'd overpaid by a huge amount.
Step up behind him and say, "Are you going to give him change?"
She says, "Oh, sure. Right. Yeah." She drops a couple of silver bits in your hand.
Is that the appropriate amount of change for what you would normally charge for this poncho?
Because for you, absolutely.
Is she lying?
No.
I nod and step away.
As they're talking and Elyrica is distracting the cashier, I see if I can snatch something else off of the top of the steal.
Ooh.
Okay. Let's see.
Preferably something that looks valuable, like a piece of jewelry or money or whatever.
There's not a lot of value there, but there is a coin purse hanging from her waist that you could try to pickpocket.
I want to do that. Try to pickpocket it while she's distracted talking to Elyrica.
Okay. Make a stealth roll check, difficulty 30.
All right. That's 3d10 plus my stealth rank.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, the D10s are based on your stealth rank, and then you add a flat bonus based on your agility, probably.
Yes.
Yes, that's going to
Okay,
be
there we go.
3d10 plus 2.
Plus 2. Yep. Here we go.
Ruh-roh indeed.
Okay. You didn't quite get it, but that's not a critical failure, so you You make a snatch for it, but you call it off before she turns around and notices you.
I pocket the change and step away and put on my poncho.
Okie dokie.
Do any of us notice that maneuver?
Make a brilliance check, difficulty 7.
Brilliance 1.
I got a 13. I definitely noticed.
I did not notice.
Yeah.
Everyone noticed that I failed that roll. I can fail rolls.
Oh, in fact, I think I crit 10 plus 3.
All right, so the rest of you really had no idea what was going on, except for Lolly, who is very cagey and absolutely saw what was going on.
Are you sure it's the best idea to make moves like that?
I'll whisper to Ben, or to Griff.
I'm not confident about anything right now, but we need more money and we need to find a way, something to do here.
Let's try something a bit more subtle, maybe.
And I'll take out my sitar and start strumming and wandering around.
Oh, yes, some music. This is a stringed instrument, or like a plucked instrument.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little like lute or guitar or something.
Hmm.
Very like medieval sounding or Renaissance-y.
Okay. So what are you doing with your instrument?
I'll first probably try to see if anybody seems like they're even noticing that this is happening, and if there's a spot with like a lot of people around.
Yeah, there's lots of good spots. You're basically in like a pedestrian mall right now. There's a lot of people around.
Okay, so I'll find a good little spot where people seem like they might, actually be paying some attention to this, and start playing vigorously and singing, just ad-libbing songs about all the people that I see around, just things that are faintly insulting, but hopefully amusing to them.
Okay. Would you like to? Let's just do musical performance for this one. So roll musical performance against difficulty 20.
Okay, and then do I add my agility modifier to that? Is that how that works?
Yeah, so that's 3d10
Okay.
plus your agility here.
Cool. $17.
All right, you get some passersby, and one of them flips you what appears to be the lowest denomination of coin, but you don't really attract a crowd.
I'll pocket it.
It looks like it's been chewed on.
Well, that didn't work much better than my idea.
So do we continue down to the in the direction the map was taking us?
Yes.
Yes.
We continue.
All right. You walk through what appears to be a slum district. The crowds on the street have really broken apart, and most of the people you can see now appear to be almost naked and destitute, and not a single one of them appears to be a humanoid. This seems to be like a ghetto for like non-humanoid life forms, basically. So you see all kinds of stuff here. Like one of them looks like almost like a wheelbarrow that has like a robot head on the end of it. Another of them looks like a family of small wind-up giraffes. All kinds of weird stuff down here, and they have just not seen a good day in years.
Do these vibe like spirits to me?
Yeah, why don't you make a spirit channeling check? So you notice that the texture of the spiritual auras around these strange creatures is distinctly not like that of a normal human. They feel more like machines to you, closer to an inanimate thing, but not quite.
Interesting. Okay.
I walk by one of these little wind-up giraffes and yell at it. You there, can you hear me?
It tilts its head at you.
Where can I find this Oscar? Where am I going? What can you tell me about the man?
It uses its tiny little head as a pointer, and it points you in the direction of a dark alley.
Have you been there, little beast? Have you been in this place?
It shakes its head as if in fear, and then it runs away.
Did I get a vibe off it like it's lying?
It's not lying.
It's telling the truth.
Have we seen any of these things or anything like these things outside of the slums? Is it like they're like completely segregated, or?
Yeah, you have seen them in the upper levels. This just seems to be a ghetto.
Oh, okay.
I start walking down the dark alley.
As you walk down the alley, you notice that it gives way to a spiral staircase going sharply downwards.
𝘒𝘪𝘭𝑭, you're able to sense things about our environment, right?
Sort of. I sense truth and lies, and I can sense the emotional surface of the people around me.
What do you think we should do? Should we go in that alleyway, or is this a bad idea?
I think we should do whatever we want to do. Actions have consequences. I'm walking into the alley.
I follow her into the alleyway.
Me too.
Follow, but kind of try to look backwards mostly to make sure nobody's like following us in.
Yeah, I do have crime knowledge as a skill, and I expect to employ it at some point to get a sense of the situation, but I don't feel like I have enough information yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow as well and kind of like sneak along though. Blend with the shadows a little bit.
I make no effort to conceal myself whatsoever.
Walking proud.
All right. You go down a few flights of stairs in the spiral stairwell, and it opens up into what looks like a cavern that's illuminated by a bioluminescent fungus or lichen attached to all of the walls. There is a pool on the side of the cavern with an arrow pointing downwards saying, "Hold your breath if you can."
Dan, can you assume that I'm always reading the emotional vibes of the situation and give me anything that's relevant, and then I can just ask if I want to go deeper?
Sure.
Well, I keep going. I don't know what hold your breath means, but you know.
One hand on my sword.
Hold my breath.
So you notice that the pool actually seems to not have a bottom, like it's a flooded tunnel of some kind. Also, it smells like urine.
Well, it doesn't smell quite good, does it?
It smells like urine.
Why are we down here?
Well, we're seeking Oscar, don't you see? We're going to have a little fun at his funhouse or whatever, as far as I'm concerned. Get into a better situation, monetarily.
So you're going in that pool?
I don't think there's anything better about a urine-soaked pool.
Well, you know what we could do is get one of those little beasties and drop it in and see what happens. I mean.
I don't... That's appropriate.
I stick my hand into it. Does anything happen?
It's got some chunks and stuff floating in it, but no.
It's
How
just
Rose.
it's just human waste.
What if a few of us sat out here and keep watch in case things are not quite kosher?
You see, if the situation called for it, I would have no problem, digging through piss and shit and whatever, but I'm not quite sure what we're getting into here, and I'm not quite sure I want to go dunking in that little river either. Perhaps you, young man, the heroic one, I mean, we do need your help, you see.
Why would you need my help?
Well, we've got to see Oscar to find our way out of here.
You seem to be a fair bit more powerful than Lucretius here.
Well, the knight told me that I need to search for my purpose. I don't know that Oscar has anything to do with that. He was smoking a cigar.
Well, I figure we've got to get to know somebody in this place if we're gonna, improve.
We already did. We got to know talks with idiots.
And he told you that you're great and wonderful, and now we need your help.
I have a suggestion. I materialize Aleph and Za and ask them to explore the pool for me.
Oh.
Good choice.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
They, being immaterial creatures, they are undisturbed by the smell, and they scout ahead. About a minute later, they come back, and they report to you. It's a dead end, and we found a note at the end of the pool saying, "You idiot."
I suggest we don't go through the pool. It's a dead end, and I relay this information to the group.
Well, that was no fun at all.
Well, shit.
Start
Quite a
marching
lot
back
of
up.
it by the smell of it.
Wait. I just had an idea.
What's your idea?
It says spend it on number 1, right?
Yes.
Well,
Throw it in
gesture at the pool.
or take a piss on it.
Number 1.
Spend it on number... yes, this is brilliant.
You're right.
Rather clever, young man, indeed. Though you are quite a little shit yourself. And I toss it in. I spend it on number 1.
Okay, the coin sinks into the bottom of the sewer. You've lost a coin.
I have Za retrieve it.
Okay, you have the coin. It's now covered in sewage.
I hand it to Lucretius.
Don't understand.
Don't you have a bag or something? I fuss around trying to look for like a bag. Does someone here have a bag or like a... Oh shit, I just take it and I rub it on the ground as hard as I can. I just try to make it less horrible.
I shake my head amused at how uncomfortable everyone is with human waste, being a doctor.
Foul.
I back out of this cavern into the alleyway and look for one of the little beasties that looks sort of mechanical and like a machine or a robot.
They're all a little bit like that. You're basically in a ghetto that's full of, to borrow an analogy, they might be droids or something, but they're a bit more lively than that.
Okay.
Anyway, what are you trying to do here?
I like how this guy told us to find him and then like gave us a set of puzzles. What the fuck?
We could ask someone else who might know how to find him.
I do a spirit. I do a spirit blast in here and see if I can detect any spirits around that might be helpful.
Make a roll. Okay. There is clearly a lot of spiritual activity in the caverns that this place is the entrance to. You're sure that in some adjacent chambers there is a very powerful spirit, but you're not entirely sure how to reach there from here.
Do I sense the direction?
It's like deeper in, apparently behind one of the walls here.
All right, I materialize Aleph and Za and ask them to search the whole area, looking for anything out of the ordinary. And I do this with my focus and also search the area, my focus skill.
Okay.
So maybe a focus check?
So this is going to be a brilliance check, but I want you to make a focus check first for a possible bonus to your brilliance check. For this is basically like a perception check. That 22 is your roll?
That's for the bonus.
Yeah, okay, so you're going to get a +2 bonus. So I want you to roll a brilliance check against difficulty 8 with the +2 bonus.
Oh.
Unfortunately, you do not succeed at finding anything unusual. You're a bit out of your element here and aren't really sure what you're looking for.
And the map that we have just sort of gestured to this general area, or?
The map still has the cursor and the illuminated trail on it. The trail seems to be going right through the wall.
I guess I'll go up to the wall and try to put my hands on it.
Okay. I want you to make a brilliance check.
Okay.
So difficulty 8. 1d10 plus your brilliance score.
That'll be an 8 exactly.
You got it. There's a hidden switch. It was camouflaged.
All right, I'll flip the switch, and then I'll turn around and grin at everybody.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
A wall panel
Nice.
slides back, revealing a passageway to the next chamber.
I will lead the spear.
After you.
I follow 𝐾𝐚𝐬.
Cool. Everybody roll initiative.
Ah!
How do we do that exactly?
It's 1d10 plus your brilliance plus your agility.
Then mine's actually one higher, so I got an 11.
$13, baby.
Plus which stats?
Brilliance and agility.
Agility and brilliance, yeah.
Oh shit, we got combat.
Okay.
He's dropping dudes. He's dropping dudes.
All right. So, who got the highest roll?
Looks
I
like
did, I think.
Actually,
Yeah.
can you guys set your own initiative in this thing? Like, if you right-click
In the
on
turn
your
order thing?
dude, and click the gear.
I don't see an initiative thing.
No, that's not it.
No, I'm out of my element because I got a good roll.
Turn. Is that an option for you guys?
No.
Let me see if I can do it then.
I do have a floating turn order thing.
Yeah.
You also have that.
Okay, I gotta do this one.
Oh shit, I accidentally... Oh no, I didn't, never mind.
Oh, how do we know which of our... Oh, my... I don't know how to read these characters. Also, your screen went black.
You can name your character by clicking on the settings thing. I don't know if my first guy just didn't get deleted, because it looks like 2 of them are named.
Well, I have a
You
display.
can-
Okay, we can manually change it now.
You can also set your hit points if you want. You can see I've got a little hit point bar above mine. You just do that by putting in your current and max hit points.
I actually can't see your hit point bar. That might be a setting that Dan needs to enable for us to see each other's. Could you see mine?
Yes.
Oh no, I can't see yours.
Yeah, so Dan, we can't see each other's, but I mean, the stream can see them because Dan has them all, I guess.
There it is.
Okay. Let me see if I can
Disappear for
figure
a
out
second.
how to. I don't see any way to do that. I don't know if I'm looking in the right place though.
It's under Edit Token Advanced Settings.
Yeah.
I will be right while you guys figure this out.
Go to Edit at the top of that drop down. Oh, no, not under Advanced. All the way up. Edit. Is that another thing you can click?
The edit button is not clickable.
Okay.
I think that's the title of this options menu with like delete, copy, paste, that stuff.
What happens if you double click on the token? Does it do the same thing? Never mind. What if you click on the gear here?
I think the gear is the same thing as double clicking on it.
Yeah, alright, I'm probably looking at old instructions. Sorry. Anyway, the important thing is you can see them all, so
Oh,
the audio.
wait. What if I do that?
Oh, yeah. Just click save at the bottom right, save settings. Not the X, but save settings. Alright, can you guys see that one now?
Yeah, I don't know how to name my guy or even which guy is my guy, but
The one
You
that's
can-
yours is the one you can move.
Yeah, you can right-click the one that you can
Oh,
move, and
I-
the settings thing comes up, and then name, I think, is the first option at the top.
I see.
Oh man, that's a lot of bad guys. Leave it to me.
Cool. I'm named, and I should enter HP. I don't even actually know how many HP I have because I was unprepared and didn't figure that out.
Add together your endurance and willpower, and then multiply by 10.
60.
Jesus.
Real tank hours. Yeah, my dude's kind of tanky. So we spin the idea.
Lucretius in front.
Ready to party. I've got a. Well, we'll get there.
Oh, so now that the characters are in a turn order, I can edit mine.
Oh, I think if you can turn on nameplates.
Hmm.
Do that. There we go.
Oh, cool. We've got these little. Oh, your stream. Oh, yeah, you got it. We lost your stream.
Apparently, you lost my
Am I
stream.
supposed to be editing something?
If you want to go, do you have the Roll20 shit open? Doodle.
I'm back. Okay, we're back. Good. Right. Yeah.
Riddle Doodle. If you want to, you can go and figure out which of your guys is these and right click on them and then like give it a name, and it's just visually cool. I think you're the one in the middle. after L and before Keisuke, who wonderfully has a samurai icon. I love that.
No, I thought I'm like the blonde person on the far right.
There's
Okay.
odds.
Oh, wait, who's Kai?
Hi.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
Kai. And odds is Lolly, who's the third person.
Which one is Griff?
Am I supposed to be putting in points or something?
Nah, don't worry about it. Dan will tell us if we need to do something. I just gave myself a bar because you can, if you click on them, you get a little. Here, I'll show the people what I got on my side. Because it's kind of cool. If you click on them, you can. Do you see the stream, Riddle Doodle?
Yeah.
If you click on them, you can click these bars, and then click one, or sorry, click the gear. I gave it 60 out of 60 because I have 60 HP, and then it just gives my guy a little bar.
You need to put a max value in to get the bar. So if you just fill it in the circle, it will not get the bar.
Right, so what is my HP?
Your endurance plus your willpower times 10.
Oh,
So you got 30. Yeah. Oh, look at these goons. We got goons getting ready. Ugly.
And everybody can put their own initiative score into the turn order. You should be able to edit your own number.
Yep.
I don't think I can edit anything in the turn order.
Alright, I am rolling initiative for some bad guys.
What do the red boxes represent?
Those are like pillars and stalagmites in the cavern floor. Just obstruction.
If you're able to move your character, you should be able to change the turn order that's connected to that character.
I'm not able to move any of the characters.
You should be able to move your own.
Which is which one?
Who is just speaking?
This is Griff.
Did we never give you a character?
Yeah, you know.
I had
Might
one
be
at one
the-
point.
Yeah,
Is-
I have two for some reason.
Well,
So
who's in the way back
who's
corner?
this one?
Yeah.
No, that's
that one's attached to me for some reason, but I also have the juggling guy.
Ah,
all right. Congratulations. This one is yours, Griff.
zoom in.
Sweet.
What a motley crew.
Speak for yourself, Steam Boss.
All right. There you go. Now I'm doing initiative for the goon.
I love these dice. They've
Pretty
somehow
cool. Yeah, it's very awesome.
they've somehow captured some of the enjoyment of actually rolling dice. Nice clattering sound effect.
I actually feel like the lack of this campaign being combat heavy is like super cool for this format too.
Mm.
We do have to have our one obligatory fight with goons, though.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
I like the obligatory fight.
Do these guys look like human or more fucked up?
I'll tell you in just a minute.
Okay, cool.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna fuck with something in my room real quick. Very good. Very good.
Okay. There's our turn order. And So you guys can position yourself in whatever marching order you'd like to be in. Just make sure that you stay in, within this area, right?
Yeah. I better move forward. Should I be alongside 𝐾𝐸𝐿? Sorry, I turned off my thing. Should I be alongside you, 𝐾𝐸𝐿?
That's fine with me. Anyone who wished to stand with me are deserving of a spot by my side.
Never thought I'd... What's that line?
Are you...
Is that the Lord of the Rings
Yes.
one? Oh, I
Yep.
never thought
Yeah.
I'd stand side by side with a dwarf, was it?
With
Or
a
an elf?
weeb. How about a friend? I don't think Lucretius knows the word weeb, but he certainly knows that something's off.
All right, are we ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
All right, Kage, it's your turn.
See,
can-
Dan.
Yeah, how did we get into a fight?
Okay, so you opened up a secret passage. You went through a narrow tunnel and came out into a kind of grotto, like a rocky outcropping cavern next door. You haven't really had a chance to look around, but you've noticed that there was a squad of 5 armed humanoids. They seem to be covered in scars on their face and wearing matching armbands. And the one in the back looks like he's wearing robes and has a blue demon mask on.
I think I'm just gonna hang back and use shadow blend actually to fully hide in the shadows.
Okay.
These guys haven't attacked us, or do they look hostile? What's their stance? What's their bearing?
They saw you come in, didn't recognize you, and drew their weapons.
Oh, they drew their weapons. Okay. I'm actually gonna pull out 2 knives then that still do the same thing.
Okay. Do you want to just pass your turn then?
Yeah. Is it just delayed like in D&D or full
Similar.
pass?
I don't know. Did you have a chance to read the combat rules I posted?
Not all the way through now.
I see.
Oh, I see. I missed that part. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'll just. Oh, yeah. Reserving an action. Same thing as D&D, basically. Yeah. I'll
Pretty
pull out 2 knives, 2 throwing knives, ready them for throwing, and that's it.
Okay. So, Lucretius, it's your turn.
Well, I know it's battle time, and so I take a chunky handful of black clay out of my satchel, and I stuff it in my mouth, thus gaining the chew clay combat effect. So, just for context, the teeth-blackening octrium or demon clay has powerful somatic effects, inducing a violent frenzy when consumed in large amounts. It's kind of like Red Eye in Cowboy Bebop, for anybody who knows that.
So we're
reference.
not going to know the difference.
Between what and what?
You taking
was
it
an
and you
insult.
normally.
Right. Well, you'll see. So it lasts 10 to 20 minutes, and I get some boosts, and then afterwards I get some debuffs. And so yeah, I stuff it in my mouth, and almost immediately, just muscles pulsing, like you can just see the veins, and he just lets out this guttural he just is ready to let some shit out.
He hulks out, man.
Yeah, he hulks out, and so I draw my shotgun and I move while shooting the guy in front,
Okay.
assuming I
Tell
can do
me-
all that.
You can. You can move up to 4 hexes, and tell me which guy you're targeting.
Let's target that ugly-looking dude with the mask and the knife. The third one in order, but in the front in their front row.
Nameplates?
What's that?
Can you see the nameplates?
I see Goon 1 and Goon 4.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't see the others.
Yeah, Goon
Okay.
Goon 3. Oh, by the
Okay.
way, on the stream I can see it. So, 𝘉𝘪oh, you might be if you're
Yeah,
looking.
I see it on the stream fine. I'm saying
Yeah.
on my screen I only see Goon 1 and Goon 4.
Yeah. So yeah, I go for Goon 3. So I guess I'll move 4 forward.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm imagining this being like two shotgun blasts. But
Okay.
however that
So
works.
that's ranged combat then.
Cool. And so I got skill rank 5, so that means it's 5 roll. Let's just unleash on this dude. So 5d10. And then do I get a boost from some power, like agility or something?
Yeah, your agility score is boosted to 3.
Boosted to 3 with Demon Clay. Alright, 5d10 plus 3. Boom. Dude, trash rolls. Look at these
Yeah,
rolls.
it's not too good.
No.
So you whiff with your first blast, and you catch him in the shoulder with the second blast, causing some significant damage. Why don't you roll 2d10 for damage? All right.
14.
I think I can just change it here, right? Yeah.
Nice.
Goon 3 has taken a shotgun blast.
Cool.
Kai, you're up.
I take out my bow and arrow. And I mean, I guess I fire a shot at Goon 3.
Indeed. Make a ranged combat check.
Which is 1d10, what, plus 4?
You've got 4 ranks in it. So your ranks, so you're going to roll 4d10 for your attack rolls,
Oh,
and
okay.
you're going to add your agility to it, which is a 2. So 4d10 plus 2 is your roll. This is for like 1 aimed shot.
I like your purple dice.
Okay, you hit him squarely. So roll 2d10. $15. He takes an arrow to the chest. Hurts a lot. Almost down. All right. Goon 4.
Did it update his health?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
11.
Oh, I
See
see.
that?
The bar just took a second, maybe. Yeah. Cool.
We can't see that on our player screen.
Really?
The bars, we don't see them.
What if-
For most of the
See them on
names.
Yeah, I've just been
Oh.
watching the stream to see the bars.
I'm
Oh,
double-
Goon 3's name just appeared.
Yeah. Can you see them all now?
I see
The
the
green
1 through 4.
green guy on the bottom doesn't have a name yet.
There we go.
Maybe
Ah,
Goon.
Mage.
Mage Goon has appeared.
Yeah. And no bars. So we just see the nameplates.
How do I get you guys to see the bars? I mean, maybe you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe it's
I
like
don't
maybe
think
it's like
so.
really down.
Oh, yeah. I can do that. That work?
Or you want to show
Oh,
us
yeah.
the bar?
That works.
Yeah, yeah.
I
you don't
actually
need
do want to
but
show you the
that
bar.
works.
It's kind of fun to see the bars.
Yeah. A little bit more of that, like, video game combat thing.
There's some way for us to see the bars on the other players too.
You can only see your own bar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's awkward. Can you guys edit your own tokens by doing that?
We don't have any permissions settings in there.
Oh, visible to everyone. Did that work?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can see L's bar now.
Yeah, I see L's.
Can't see anyone else's though.
Yeah. I am setting this up. So this is like Roll20 learning curve stuff. I think for future sessions I can set up a lot of these tokens and stuff in advance, and we won't have to go through this in the middle of the session.
For sure. Faux show. Pour me a little more whiskey.
Are we good?
We can't see Lucretius. There we go. Okay, I think that's everyone.
Hooray.
Beautiful.
Alright, so it's Goon 4's turn. Goon 4 is taking a charge right at you, Lucretius.
Uh-oh.
Kage, you can make an opportunistic knife throw at him as he's hitting Lucretius.
Okay, perfect. I'll do that.
So I want you to roll your ranged combat against this goon, who's going to have 3 dice to defend in ranged combat.
Oops, sorry. I rolled d20s.
So the defense roll is 20. Okay,
You can take the
chuck
10
knives
from
at
the
him,
20s, though.
but-
Yeah, I mean, I missed. Yeah.
Yeah, you missed. All right. So, Lucretius, this goon has locked swords with you, and you made a full attack last turn. You didn't save anything for defense, so you're wide open.
Yep.
And he is going to make a melee attack roll against you.
Guess I should have saved some for defense, huh?
He hits you for 12 damage. You've taken a longsword to the rib cage.
Oops, I changed it to 12. Math. 48. I grunt evilly.
Now the mage goon's turn.
All right, this may suck. This may suck.
The mage is moving behind cover here, and he begins to cast a spell. It looks like some kind of black, purple, crackling energy surrounding his hands. His spell is successful. He has caused a life drain effect. Everyone in your party will take 2 points of HP damage, and he's transferring that to Goon 3 as recovery.
So it's 2 points of damage or reduce the bar?
You each take 2 points of HP damage, and what are there, 7 of you? So this guy's going to gain 14, go back up to 25.
That fucking mage goon.
𝐾𝐚𝐦𝐧 up.
All right. How many hexes am I able to move with a regular move?
Regular move would be 4.
4. Okay. And how covery is that cover between me and the mage goon?
It's line of sight blocking stone.
But like, how tall is that stone? Can I climb
Floor
up
to
it?
ceiling. You're
Oh,
you're in like a grotto with a low ceiling, and these are like stone pillars.
You got it. So I will move 4, and then I am going to use my special ability, Spirit Across Time. My spiritual ancestor directs me in battle, showing me the correct place to put my feet to move more swiftly, giving me a free movement action. Another one. Can I go here?
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Okay. So I have done a standard move and then a free move to get to this spot, and I will be attacking the mage goon. I'm going to roll 3 dice and reserve 2 for defense. And as we are 1-on-1, I have a special ability that gives me a +4 as my sword slashes out in honorable combat. So let's see how this goes.
Sure. This is an opposed roll. Your melee attack against the mage is going to defend with 2 dice.
I wish you guys could hear this hype combat music I have on. It's sick.
All right, you hit him.
Excellent.
Roll. I don't know what kind of damage does your sword have? It's like a regular sword, right?
It's a mundane sword, but it's really well made, so it has +1 damage.
Okay, so roll 2d10 plus 1 damage plus your strength for damage.
All right.
Solid hit.
Yay!
It's Griff's turn.
I want to move 2, 3, 4, and get out of line of sight of the enemies behind that cover.
Okay. And is that it? You pass your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you melee or you're just a dude?
I am just a dude. I ran cross country in high school.
Hell yeah! All right.
All right.
But I do not have any weapons at this point.
Lucretius would be happy to show you the ropes if you ask the right way.
I'm hoping to be able to pick up a weapon at some point in the battle, if we can take out one of the guys.
Cool.
Goon 2 is entering the fray against Lucretius. He's making a melee attack. Scores a glancing blow. Take 8 damage.
All right. Brings me to 38.
Al, it's your turn.
I can move and take a standard action like D&D?
Yeah.
Okay. So with a free action, I'm gonna invoke Aleph. I'm gonna invoke Aleph and Za into myself, and kind of a very mild golden glow springs up around me, enhancing my martial arts if I need them. I'm holding the staff that Za carved for me, and I'm gonna move into position behind the wall.
Okay.
And I'm going to attempt to invoke Pascules to channel some healing toward the rapidly deteriorating Lucretius. Is that a healing check or a spirit channeling check?
You can. It's going to be a healing check. You can make a spirit channeling check for a bonus to the healing check.
I don't know why I wouldn't make a spirit channeling check for a bonus to the check.
Yep. So, how's this gonna work? Yeah, just roll them, and we're gonna like make shit up. That's a good high roll. Let's say that's good for like a +5. I want you to make a healing check against the amount of missing HP he has, which I think is 22.
Yeah, 22.
So your difficulty is 22. If you beat 22, then you're gonna get some healing.
So it's 25 plus 3 plus 5, so 33.
Yeah, easily. Lucretius, you're healed back up to full. You feel reinvigorated, though this is a sort of temporary healing. If you suffer serious injuries, you may need some recovery time. But for the moment, you feel that the superficial wounds have closed. You're back to 60 HP.
So should I just put it back to 60, or should I like add some other weird bar with like phantom health or something?
Just put it back to 60.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Al. Delightful.
Lolly, it's your turn.
All right, I'm gonna run up. Oh gosh, I'm gonna run up next to Griff. 1, 2, 3. Wait, yeah, I'll just run up next to Griff right there, and I think I'm gonna hold my turn or my dice or how much, like, what's the dice pool made up of?
So if you're trying to like reserve a ranged attack, it would be your ranged combat pool.
Oh, I guess I haven't found where that is. But I was actually thinking, I mean, I guess it might be a ranged attack, but I was thinking of reserving some sort of distraction type of range.
Oh, I see. Yeah, actually, you seem to have no combat skills at all.
Yeah.
So you can use like a sleight of hand or something like that to try to distract. Whom are you trying to distract?
Yeah. Oh, I figured I should wait until somebody attacks, right? Or should I declare it?
Sure. So you can hold that in defense, and
okay.
You'll be able to use a sleight of hand as defense pool dice.
Oh, okay, great, perfect. Yeah, and then I'll yell as if it matters. Oscar invited us.
that only seems to increase their desire for bloodshed.
It's amazing.
All right, goon number 1. He is stepping up to 𝘒𝐚𝐦𝐬 and is gonna take melee combat. 𝘒𝐚𝐦𝐬, do you have any defense dice available, or did you use all of them in the attack?
I have 2
He has
left.
2.
All right, so defend yourself against this roll.
Be tough. So when I'm defending, I obviously add my stat that I normally use, right? Do I add my weapon bonuses to defense rolls as well?
No, just the stat.
Okay. Alright.
It's a roll off. Roll 1d10 straight up, no mods.
This guy.
Alright, I win.
You win. You parry the blow. He does not connect. All right, Goon 3. Goon 3 has taken some shots and moves behind cover, and looks like he readies his weapon in case somebody tries to sneak up on him. So we're back to the top of the round. That means it is now the second round. Your scarce dice pools for ranged and melee combat will replenish. And here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna shadow step over to where, like, between where Elle and Anthony are. Would that be considered a move action?
Yes, but this is a very dark cavern, so you can... This is almost a teleport, so you're not limited to just 4 squares. You can just, like, pop, like, right there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do.
Cool, so to do this, make a shadow magic check against difficulty 8.
Oh, so you're like shadow stepping through over to there?
Yep, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, easily done. You disappear into the shadows and pop out into the deep shadow behind this rock pillar.
Okay, and then can I throw a knife at the mage goon?
Yeah, it's kind of around the corner, but you can do that.
Okay, 14.
14, and this mage has no ranged defense at all. He's just going to eat it. So roll 1d10 plus your agility. How many knives did you throw? That was just one roll, yeah?
Yeah, just one knife.
Okay, so 1d10 plus agility for Donnie.
Oops.
5. Mage is down to 12. Lucretius, you're up.
Quick mechanics question. So, I have better stats in ranged than melee. Am I forced if I do an attack with a ranged weapon at close range? I got to use my melee skill, I assume.
No.
Okay, so I can basically just stick with shotgun.
You can use the shotgun at point blank range. We're going to count that as a ranged combat check.
Oh, hell yeah. All right. That does mean I have an extra butcher knife on my person, which I might be able to toss to Griff or something like that. But let's stick with the shotgun for now. So let's just light up goon number 2. And I'm going to use how many of my dice here? So range, I've got 5. Why don't I save one for defense? So I'll do 40-10 plus agility. Is that right? Oh yeah, and I'm still on clay, so my agility's 3. Still trash rolls.
Okay, and this goon is going to defend himself with just one of his dice, because he still wants to attack you. You hit him easily.
Sweet.
So roll 2d10 plus agility for a shotgun damage.
Oh, then that's... Sorry, let me just try that again. I typed bad. Roll 2d10 plus 3. Still trash roll.
Trash rolls.
I'm just
my dude.
In the gutter.
Okay. Kai's turn.
I'm wondering how many things I can do during my turn. Like, can I give Griff a weapon and also take a shot at some?
If you have a weapon on hand, you can pass it to him as a free action. And you can also move, and you can also take a standard action, which would be like shooting your bow.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull out of my... Okay, hold on, standard action. So if I want to use like my junk magic in my attack, does
Those
that
are
have
both
any...
standard actions, so choose one.
Alright. Oh. Okay. Choose one. Alright. I think it would be better if Griff had a weapon. So, I'll pull out a sort of rusty, junky knife out of my junk bag and hand it to Griff.
Okay. Griff now has a small knife.
And then I can't use my junk magic on my my attack anymore. Is that right?
No, handing Griff a knife was a free action. You can still move, and you can still do something like use junk magic or attack with a weapon.
Oh, okay, great. So I am going to use my junk magic on the arrow that I have, which when it hits its target is going to explode into shrapnel.
Sick.
That's awesome. So we got to figure out how this is going to work. Exploding into shrapnel sounds to me like this should be like like a grenade type explosive kind of a thing. So maybe this
That's
could,
like area of effect.
yeah. So you like maybe you could like air burst it and say hit like this whole area, including possibly Lucretius, but fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And this is junk magic, so I'm gonna say you've got two options here. You can either like just make a shrapnel grenade and just blow it up like immediately with the junk magic, or you can like make a shrapnel arrow, which you can then fire with greater precision if you wanted to like maybe have better placement and avoid the friendly fire.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the shrapnel arrow. I just want it to do more damage to the opponent than just a regular arrow.
Okay, then that means that this turn you're gonna like use the junk magic to create some shrapnel arrows, and that'll be like a buff that you gain for the rest of combat. And then on subsequent turns, when you shoot your bow, you can shoot like a shrapnel enhanced arrow, and they'll have explosive damage.
All right, cool.
So roll a junk magic check, difficulty 25.
So that's 5d10 plus.
Whatever your spark is.
Yeah, spark 3. Okay. Oops.
Yeah, so you passed easily. For the remainder of combat, you have the option to shoot exploding junk magic arrows.
Awesome.
And Griff has a rusty knife.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you've taken a standard action and a free action. You can still move, or you can pass your turn.
I think I'm happy where I am. I'll pass.
Goon number 4, he is still engaged in melee combat with Lucretius. He's gonna swing at you with 2 of his dice. Do you have any defense dice?
I had 1.
Okay.
Can I try to interrupt his attack or distract him somehow or weaken it by throwing a playing card as hard as I can?
Oh yeah, you definitely can. That can just count as an extra defense die for Lucretius.
Okay. Cool.
So this is the attack roll, and Lucretius can roll his defense die plus an extra die from Lolly's distraction. So 2d10.
14.
Got it. And that
Saved
would
me.
have been. And I think you could have added your agility to that roll too, but you didn't even need it.
Cool. Plus 3, so 17. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So the goon whiffs, ineffective.
Confused by a
it's-
playing card.
Does that is it like, can I subtract that from my dice pool and do it multiple times, or is
Yep.
it like once?
Yep.
Sorry. Oh,
Absolutely.
okay. Cool.
Oh, so basically you're like adding defense die to people.
Nice. And then would it be like 1 defense die per time that I use it? Because it's just like a playing card, nothing crazy.
Right. So I think the way I want to handle
Perfect.
this is, when you're like in a like defensive stance, and you can use up to 1 distraction trick like per attack, coming in against anybody close by you that you can see. So if there's like another attack later in the turn, you can use another one, but you can only use 1 die on any attack. Does that make sense?
Oh, cool. Yeah, but does that subtract from my defense pool?
Yeah. So I think you had 4 dice
Perfect.
reserved, right? So now
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have 3.
Uh-huh. Great.
Roger. So it's the mage's turn. The mage is using another drain life spell. And he succeeds. Everybody takes 2 HP worth of damage, and the mage is restoring his health.
Damn him.
Anthony, did you have any attack dice still available?
I used all my dice.
Okay. So you would have been able to use an opportunity attack then if you had any
I see.
left, but you don't. So never mind. But it's your turn anyway.
All right. I am going to use a special ability. As the song of battle sings in my heart, my blade begins to vibrate. That, damn it, don't worry about the roll. We'll see if I actually get that. I still have to roll to hit, but this ability will let me apply my whatever dice pool I use to every person in range, instead of having to break it up for each one.
Okay. So it's like a whirlwind attack.
Basically, yeah.
Cleave
So I
or
am
something.
still going. Okay, let's not make it too D&D in here. I am still going to just use 3 dice, and then whatever I roll is applied to each one.
Okay. Roll it. Decent rolls. Let's see. The mage has some melee defense dice, but he gets hit. And Goon 1 has some melee defense dice. He's gonna just brace himself against this, so it looks like he's sacrificing his attack. But he still gets hit.
Mhm.
So you get to roll damage against the mage and Goon 1.
And
Yeah,
how much
when-
damage am I rolling?
It's your sword attack, right? It's normal sword damage.
Yeah, and is that 2d10 is the base, or is it 1d10? I'm a little foggy.
This is a 2d10 plus strength.
Okay, got it. So go ahead.
Dan, if we reserve like defense dice, do we get that against every attack that's made against us for the round, or do you only like you have to split it?
First one.
Okay, got it.
All right, so I had
It
already
doesn't
rolled.
have to be the first one actually, and any attack against you of your choice. But you know, when you use them, you lose them until next round.
I had already rolled 1d10 above, so this total damage is 13 damage.
Okay, so they're each taking 13.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
What's your 5 out of 6 indicator?
That's how many chi levels I have remaining, although
Cool.
it goes down to 4 because I just used one.
Cool.
Alrighty, it's Griff's turn.
All right. I want to go around the corner of this obstacle somewhat stealthily if possible and try to catch Goon 3 off guard and stab him with this rusty knife.
Sure. Let's see. Character sheet. So you have stealth ability with some ranks. So why don't you make a stealth check against difficulty 15?
Yeah, stealth rank 3, so that's
It's 3d10.
10. Yep. Plus, that's my agility, too. There you go.
Okay, so you did not succeed at approaching stealthily, but you didn't critically fail. So it's just a normal approach.
Yeah.
And you can make a melee attack against him if you like.
I would like to try and stab him with this knife.
Okay. So you're basically untrained here, so you get 1d10 plus strength.
Oops. There we go.
That's a roll.
Oh, You make a feeble attack, but he fumbles the defense entirely and takes some damage. Roll 1d10 plus strength.
A boy becomes a man.
Here we go.
Nice. You have drawn blood. Innocence lost.
Excellent.
All right. Goon 2 is up. He is going to try to approach L. Lucretius, as he's moving past you, you have a chance to make an attack of opportunity. Did you leave any attack dice up?
I used my... No, I didn't. I think I'm out.
Okay. L, you are being attacked with a spear. Do you have any defense dice you'd like to roll?
I'd like to try to give her an additional one by flicking another card in that direction if I'm close enough.
You can do that. That'll add 1d10 to defense.
How does that work exactly? Because I didn't use any kind of attack last round. I healed.
Yeah, so... And I think you've also had dice refresh since this is you haven't gone yet this round. So let's look at your character sheet.
So if I use defense, I don't have any combat skills whatsoever, although I have martial arts 2 right now. So does that mean I have 2 potential defense dice? And if I use them, I can't attack?
Where's the martial arts thing? I don't see that.
I invoked 𝘉𝘭𝘭𝘪𝘮 at the beginning of combat, which gives me +2 martial arts, +1 strength, +1 agility.
Okay, yeah. We can just use martial arts as melee combat. So you can roll up, let's call that rank 2 melee combat with the +1 bonuses.
I think I'll just take the 1 extra defense die that Goblin gave me.
Okay, so you're not going to use your own defense pool?
Correct.
All right.
Don't be dying on us.
Do I add my agility to that?
Yeah.
10.
Okay. Oh, you rolled your own dice. So just ignore the 8 then. We're going to go with the 9. So yeah, you rolled a 10, and you were up against a 19, so he hits.
Okay.
$17 damage.
Oh boy.
Oof.
I'm gonna come for you if I can.
Okay.
Elle, it's your turn.
Do I provoke an attack of opportunity by moving out of melee range?
If you're currently engaged with him, so if you just back directly up, then no. Also, he just used his entire combat pool.
Okay, I'm gonna swing around to between Kage and Keisuke.
Sure.
And then I am gonna desperately channel Pascules to heal my, open wounds.
Yep. So make a medicine check against difficulty 21.
I get to also use my spirit channeling to try to enhance it again.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of dice.
Okay, you'll get a +5 enhancement to that roll.
41. I had a macro. They both roll at the same time.
I'm confused here. What? The 24 and the 36?
Yeah, if you read the flavor text, the 24 is the channel to enhance my healing, and then the next one is the actual healing roll.
Yeah, okay. So you're back to full.
Nice.
Ollie, it's your turn.
This is maybe kind of silly. Can I try to, like, yell in a deep voice and try to insult Goon 4 and make him think that it's Goon 3 doing it, or at the very least, make him mad at me and want to attack me?
Let's see. How would you do that? So this is, I guess this is, we should rename the skill. Satire seems very specific, but I think that's what you're trying to get at here. Right?
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of that sort of thing.
Wait, have we heard Goon 3 speak?
Nope.
I don't think so, so I would just be totally bullshitting.
Yeah, so I want you to make a roll with unlucky dice here because you're bullshitting.
Okay. That's like disadvantage, right?
Yeah, so you have up to 5 dice in the pool here.
Yeah.
So if you want to roll the entire pool, it would be like roll 10d10 KL5. Yeah.
10 KL5. Okay, and if I just wanted to roll forward, it'd be roll 8d10 KL4.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Did I do that right? Oh no, I did 4d10, not 8d10. But is it, sorry, what's the syntax? Is it just, did I do KL4?
No space. Right? No space.
No space. Okay, got it. Okay. Wow, grim.
Yeah, so there's your 11.
Yeah.
And this is an opposed roll against the goon's willpower.
Wait. Can I ask a question? So when you roll unlucky dice, is the way that works that you roll like 8 dice and take the 4 lowest, or you roll 4 sets of 2 and take the lower of each of the 2?
Are those different?
Yeah, because it's totally different, because it looks like what happened is she rolled 8 dice and then it took the 4 lowest rolls, when if you were just rolling 4 sets of 2 unlucky dice, you could have a much better roll.
Either way,
yeah, actually, like you're right about that. So
I think
it's
she
like,
still succeeded, though.
Yeah, I mean, it actually doesn't matter in this case, but right, I'm trying to remember the syntax for that. So it uses a bunch of brackets. So it'd be like,
if you just take those in order, actually she has like 8 plus 7 plus 1 plus 1, which would be like 17, which isn't much better, but...
So it would actually be this.
Oh, okay, got it.
Oh, wow, this is a more built out system than I realized.
So yeah, let's re-roll it. Lolly, why don't you can roll your own dice. I think that you can just copy paste that one there, and your roll is opposed to beat the willpower of this thug.
Is there spark involved in this?
What was the question?
Is there spark involved in this? My understanding of spark had to do with like luck, so I'm just wondering if this is a use of spark.
The stat that the skill is linked to is actually brilliance. On the character sheet, she called it satire skill, but we're sort of broadly interpreting this as a kind of like psychological attack skill.
I see. Okay.
Anyway, so you pass the roll, and the thug is unnerved.
Yeah, I'm gonna yell at him something like, trying to do the guy's voice. You smell like you took a bath in the piss well.
You see a single solitary tear start rolling down his cheek. He mutters something under his breath that you don't understand in a foreign language. Which goon were you targeting here, by the way?
I was targeting Goon 4 and hoping he would think it was Goon 3, but whatever.
Yeah, so Goon 4 has been unnerved, and is going to be taking -3 penalty to his melee rolls for a couple of rounds. And Goon 3 is confused and is going to be taking a -1 penalty to his defense rolls in the next round.
Beautiful.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna step a little bit farther behind the thing, but otherwise I'm done.
Cool. All right. Goon 1 is going to take a swing at Anthony at 𝐾𝐚𝐦𝐬.
All right, I'm gonna resist with 2 dice. No, 1 dice. 1 die. Well, probably not gonna resist that.
Wait, does he get an extra die from Goblin?
She's a bit too far away.
Just did a 1d0. Welp.
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 No, you get hit.
Yep.
$15.
Ouch.
All right, Goon 3 is going to do some fighting. Goon 3 is somewhat unnerved and confused. He is going to take a partial attack against Griff, so just 1d10. Griff, if you have any defense dice, you can defend yourself against a mighty 4.
Do I have any defense dice? I'm untrained in combat, and I just did a 1d10 roll for my attack.
That you can take a clumsy attempt to dodge. That would be an unlucky roll 1d10.
Yeah, that's better than nothing. Okay, so what is the syntax for the unlucky roll? That's
It's going to be like
curly braces with parentheses inside it?
yeah, it's going to I think your roll is going to be like this. Or yeah, like that.
Okay. 2d10 KL1.
Mm-hmm. You actually dodged it. Good job.
Woo.
Damn, dude.
Kage, it's your turn, and the dice pools have refreshed.
Okay, I think I'm gonna back up and engage Goon 2 in melee combat.
Okay.
Engaging Goon 2.
And I'm just gonna use 1 die to attack him.
Okay. He's going to defend with 1 die. You connect. What weapon were you using?
A dagger.
Okay, that's going to be a 1d10 plus agility damage. All right. Takes 9. Lucretius, it's your turn.
All right, and we're back at the top, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go again. So, Goon 2's looking kind of rough, but I might prompt an attack of opportunity if I depart Goon 4, presumably, or if I turn away from him.
You could do a withdraw movement and then take a range shot at him.
Okay, so I could withdraw from Goon 4 and then
Yeah.
blast
So
Goon
the
2.
rules for like provoking an attack of opportunity are if you're like truly not paying attention to that person. Whereas if you're engaged in combat with them and you just like back up, you're still like that's withdrawing. You're not getting an attack of opportunity.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna withdraw and blast Goon 2 with my shotgun, my sexy Victorian shotgun, with 4 of my dice. It's a little better.
Yeah. Well, you definitely hit him. So 2d10 plus agility damage.
Cool. 10 plus an agility on clay is 3. Got the 11.
Yep. Hi, it's your turn. Oh, Lucretius, where did you want to move? Where's your character located?
Oh, right. Just like that.
Okay, so my arrows are made now, meaning that I just use them with ranged combat. I don't use them with junk magic.
Right.
Okay, cool. Then I will use 3 of my dice. 3d10. How far can I shoot? Because I'm a ranged character. Can I shoot all the way over to like Mage Goon?
Like a small area. You can easily reach anyone.
Okay.
But she'd have to move to reach some of the spots.
Yeah, you might need to move to get line of sight.
Yeah, that red box is a barrier, right?
Yep.
Oh, right. Okay. And I can only move how many spaces?
4.
4. So I maybe don't really have a shot at Mage Goon, but I do have a shot at Goon 4 if I just move to the left.
I think you could get the Mage Goon if you move to like here, and then you could it's sort of blocked by the corner a little bit. So what I'm going to suggest is you use the explosion of the shrapnel arrow to try to catch them in like an air burst. So you can like shoot the arrow and like, how do I put an indicator on this thing? You guys can't see my mouse cursor, but can you see this box?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can see if you click and hold, it makes an indicator circle that's not permanent.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
I like that.
All right, so
All right, cool. So
your character was there to start, Kai. I don't want to move you, but I'm saying like you can probably like put an air burst like right there, and that would catch these 2 guys in the explosion.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do then.
Okay.
And so for me it's 3d10 plus
Plus your agility.
agility. Okay, so that's plus 2.
And so you're firing at an area instead of an opponent. So this is going to be just a static difficulty check instead of an imposed roll. So difficulty check of 15 on this. If you score above 15, it bursts exactly where you wanted it. If you score below 15, it might go somewhere else.
All right. Oh no.
14. It is very close to on target, but you got it just a little tight in there. So, 𝐾𝐚𝐬, I want you to roll a defense die, or just an agility check, actually. Just roll an agility check and beat that.
Done.
All right. So that shrapnel was uncomfortably close, but you dodged it.
But this is 𝐾𝐚𝐬 we're talking about. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
it. The mage and this guy both got caught in the blast and are going to take 2d10. So roll 2d10 2 separate times for their damage. First for the mage, second for the goon. All right. Goon 4. Goon 4 is still badly unnerved, but he's concerned about his buddy Goon 2 here, so he's going to move to reinforce him shoulder to shoulder, and he's going to take a sort of half-hearted swing at Lucretius, only using 2 of his dice, and he's penalized.
You said the dice pool refreshes at the beginning of the round and not at the beginning of our turns, yeah?
I think
Or-
it's the same.
Oh,
Because
because
we only
yeah,
get one turn per round, right?
yeah,
It's the
I'm
beginning
just
of
not
the
sure
round.
if I'm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wasn't sure whether I could, whether I had enough to like intercept with another card flick or not.
Dan,
Yeah, you should, I think.
are you there, Dan?
We can't hear you, Dan. Oh no.
What happened to Dan? Oh, the DM is down.
Oh shit.
Did you sleep?
Mods are asleep.
Yeah, Dan just fell asleep. Presumably, I think he's reloading.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I gotta pause this intense music I've been playing. It's too intense. Going back to peaceful music.
I love that Griff is in hand-to-hand combat right now, just alone with a rusty knife and a goon.
Yeah.
For the first time in my life, in actual combat.
I
And
mean,
so
I
far
think
just
it,
absolutely destroying.
yeah, it worked out pretty well.
Well, so far,
So,
we still have got half a Goon 3.
so many balls
Yeah.
dropping tonight.
Griff gets to go first, though. I think he's got this one.
Yeah. I managed to dodge, so I didn't take much damage, and I'm fine.
I guess.
Oh no.
I guess while Dan, what do you say anything? I guess while Dan's gone, we can talk about his system. I feel like the damage is a little like everything's doing the same amount of damage.
Yeah, I think we need to come up with some more variation in damage, because like a shotgun shouldn't be doing as much, or a shotgun should be doing a different amount of damage than like a sword. And it feels weird that it only does twice as much as a rusty knife, for example.
Right.
I guess it depends on where you hit, but then I guess that would be reflected in difficulty level.
Or like
Yeah, I think
possibly
it's-
It could be that the way
I
it was
think it's-
done would be like a body area kind of thing. Because if I get a really amazing ranged attack roll, maybe that means I hit a dude in the head or something versus the arm. I don't know.
I also kind of feel like damage should be a little more lethal. Like combat feels a little bit slow to me. Like especially with the healing back up.
Yeah, we're also. I mean, we're just doing this for the first time. So
Yeah, I think once we work out our
Who knew?
standard attacks and stuff, it'll help.
Yeah, but I mean, like if you think about like D&D, for example, right? Like I feel like 20 hit points is a very common level 1 amount of hit points, for example. You know, like between 14, 20 hit points.
Oh yeah, like 12.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
a bard, and yeah.
And then like a sword, like a regular masterwork sword will deal like, 10 damage, and then like with some significant bonuses if you've got a melee character. So like you'll take someone out in 1 or 2 hits.
Right.
And I feel like we're kind of hitting these guys like all over the map a little bit, but it feels like about 4 hits to take someone down, give or take. So it just feels a little bit like, unless it's intentionally supposed to be slower, it feels a little bit slower compared to what I'm used to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, in my other game, I'm used to throwing fireballs around, so it does feel kind of slow.
Mm.
But it's also like weapon size, because like the rusty knife and my daggers are doing the same amount of damage because they're both just like knife sized, and then swords and like shotgun or 2d10. I think there was something about, I don't know, you could basically just get the largest weapon possible and do more damage, but otherwise it's more about augmenting your weapon with abilities in some way.
Mm.
I want to see the goon roll for tetanus.
Once a month, you roll for developing symptoms. Once a week.
We should get Kai to like upgrade the shotgun maybe with junk magic.
Oh yeah, shrapnel blast or something.
Yeah, I was trying to think of clever ways I could use the little mechanical beings, but I wasn't ready to try something that creative yet when I'm still getting my bearings.
To just smash a completely innocent little creature to bits for use in weapons.
No, but like as, I don't know, little distractions or little, yeah, like tiny
giraffe
dive
shields?
bombers. not as shields or not to
Kamikazes?
explode. No.
Yeah, Crazy's trying to throw them into the piss well, you're trying to use them as shields. I feel like this is also our character's first opportunity to observe like how dangerous this place is, and it's probably a surprise to a number of us. So I would expect that like after this fight, we have some conversation about it and probably talk about like a combat strategy if we're going to stick together. And maybe that's where we can talk about upgrading weapons and figuring out how we protect ourselves here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe I'll be able to get basic combat training from someone who knows what they're doing, so I'm not completely clueless.
𝘒𝐚𝐦𝐧's Kendo Academy open for business.
Oh,
bet-
Holy shit.
I bet Lucretius would love a lackey.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But there's a price. There's a
Fun to
price.
RP is the lackey.
Yeah. Oh my god. Like a Gaston's little buddy style lackey. That's what I want.
Right, but secretly just think he's full of shit and be trying to like undermine him the whole time.
Right. But well, you got to rule the lackey by fear. You know, that's how it works.
Hey,
I'm
guys.
just loving. Hey,
Hey man.
Well, don't let me interrupt.
We were just talking shit about your system. By the way, everybody, my friend is in the chat who said get good, so me saying fuck you is a normal occurrence. Dan.
What?
We're ready to rock if you want to keep going. But we also had thoughts about your system that we could workshop at any point.
Yes, this is work in progress. Consider this a play test, room for improvement, and also I'm still learning how to do it too. So
Yeah. I like how elegant it is and how simple it is. There are a couple tweaks just for my personal like character that I want to make that I can bring up later. But the we were noting that it seems a little weird if like a shotgun's doing the same amount of damage as like a knife. Like maybe all the weapons are doing the same amount, or a different angle is the combat's kind of slow.
yeah, that can be tweaked and adjusted. I just made a bunch of shit up and we're trying it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think it's awesome. I was just making the observation that like in the game of D&D, like a common amount of starting hit points is like between 12 and 20 depending on constitution. And then like if you look at weapons plus strength, like you can often do a full amount of hit points in a single hit for an equal level 1 character. I don't know kind of what the difficulty level you were planning here was, but like it feels like these guys are taking about 4 to 5 hits to take down. and maybe that's intentional, and maybe that's fine. But like,
Yeah, that's actually very intentional. And
okay,
I mean, you're right that D&D is like that. If you want to think of these as D&D characters, like they're not level 1 characters. These are equivalent to like level 4 or 5 characters.
right, okay, that makes sense then.
But in terms of the pacing of the combat, sure, like this was like a very hastily designed encounter, you know.
Yeah.
And also, like half of the party doesn't even have weapons at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. We had people skipping
Oh,
turns.
Yeah, for sure.
We had people skipping turns and shit.
Yeah, and you know, this should also like this particular encounter is sort of a calibration, so it's going to be messy, and we'll get better at them later. And you guys will also have like more clear skill uses and abilities
Right.
written down, and it will be more streamlined and like optimize yourself, like, you know, figure out cool ways to use your powers to kick ass.
Yeah, we were actually just talking about how this is our first experience with it being dangerous, and so it'll probably, like, I expect we'll probably do some work on figuring out how to use our powers and weapons together after this.
Though
Yeah.
Lucretius experienced the danger of a small child robbing his stuff and also a weeb man standing up for him, so that happened. But yes, broadly agree.
Anyway, you guys are winning, and you do outnumber them, so let's carry on.
Cool.
Oh yeah, so I was
So-
asking. You said the skill, or sorry, the defense shit. The combat pool resets at the beginning of the round, not at the beginning of each player's turn.
Right.
Okay. So I should have a full pool of dice. So I wanted to interrupt the goons' attack with another card.
Yep, you can do that.
Yeah, I forget who's being attacked, but now they get that extra defense dice.
It was going to be
Die.
Goon 4 against Lucretius, and this goon was unnerved, so he's making attacks with penalties.
And I have one defense die.
Yeah. So, Lolly, why don't you make a what are we calling it? Satire check, or no? This was sleight of hand. Was the playing cards? So
Yeah.
make a sleight of hand roll to see how many bonus defense dice you're gonna get.
Oh, nice. Okay, so just my sleight of hand plus agility.
Yeah.
Or I'm assuming I'm just rolling the 1 and not 4 dice, yeah? Because I'm just giving him 1 defense? Or should I have rolled all 4?
No, I want you to make a full roll for sleight of hand, and the higher the roll, the more bonus dice you're gonna get.
Okay, so 13.
Yeah, so that's gonna be 2 bonus defense dice that you can distribute this round.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so does that not get removed, or does that not get subtracted from my defense pool then?
Those are bonus dice.
Oh, dope. Okay, so I'm giving 1 then to Lucretius right now, or are those just for this attack?
Yeah, Lucretius is being attacked, so you can contribute 1 to his defense.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that then, and I'll save the other for somebody else.
Okay, then just to be clear, I get my agility bonus on defense roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you get 1, and then roll the 1 from the distraction, and here's the attack roll. So you guys got an 18 together, and very poor attack roll, so he missed.
Killing it.
It's the mage's turn. He is almost dead and fucking makes a run for it. He withdraws and goes this way. On his way out, he chugs a minor health potion and regains 8 hit points. Goes up to 12.
Bastard.
𝐾𝐚𝐦𝐧, it's your turn.
All right, I'm gonna chi strike this goon. See how this goes. I'm gonna use 3 attack dice.
Okay.
Do that thing where you threw Lucretius across the room and throw Goon 1 into the mage goon.
I don't think I have that kind of range.
Yeah, like a knockback would push someone back like 1 or 2 tiles.
Yeah.
$25.
The goon is defending. You hit him. Roll 2d10 plus strength, plus whatever the key strike bonus is.
Damage.
All right, he takes 12.
Side note: a UI thing we could do in the future would be turn goon or enemies bars red. I feel like that would look a little more visually clear.
I wonder if there's a way to do that.
I thought so.
You should use the red bar instead of the green bar for their health. The bars don't correspond to anything. It's just a color.
But later, because we already have their numbers in and stuff.
All right. Yeah, forget about it.
Yeah, do it later. Yeah.
Okay, it's Griff's turn.
All right. I am locked in melee combat with his goon, and I successfully stabbed him and then dodged, and I would like to stab him again with my rusty knife.
Okay. You can take an untrained roll, so 1d10 plus your strength.
My strength, I think, is 1. Yes.
And this goon was also kind of unnerved. He's taking a defense roll penalty, but he's going to defend himself.
Yeah, I did not do well.
Yeah, the goon successfully deflects your attempted stab.
Am I able to move back a few paces now to get away from him?
Yeah. Okay. It's goon number 2's turn. That's this guy in the middle of the pack here. He is doing quite badly and is totally surrounded by his enemies, but goon number 4 has got his back, so he's going to try to fight on, and he's taking a swing at Kage.
I'll toss Kage my last bonus die.
Okay. So this goon is on his last legs. He's going all out. He's rolling 3 dice here. Defend against a 23.
Okay, so my melee pool and my range pool are separate, right?
It depends what mode you've been attacking in. Like, this guy is attacking you in melee, so you have to defend in melee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just defend with all my dice.
Okay. And did you count the bonus die you're getting from Lolly's insults?
Yeah, because I used one of my dice to attack him earlier.
Okay. So you did not successfully defend. You're going to take some damage. Ouch.
Ooh. Whew.
Damn.
Elle, it's your turn.
Alright. I am going to release the invocation of Aleph and Za and let the energy flow out of me to let them materialize in front of the mage goon, cutting off his exit and attacking him.
Okay. Do they have any kind of weapon or damage dealing ability, or are they just blocking it?
They are both martial artists. with average adult human strength, but they have like half average human adult hit points. And if either one goes down, they both go down.
Okay, so this is like a summon spell.
Yeah, basically. I'm basically summoning like two half tough, like mid entry level martial artists the size of children standing in front of me.
All right.
Soldiers.
Indeed. Child soldiers.
And they're just child size. They're like, you know, spirits as old as I am.
Looking for some tokens for them. Ah, perfect. Gnome warriors.
Love it.
Okay. So let's give them some HP.
They should each have 20 hit points.
What are their names?
Aleph and Za.
Alright, there's Aleph.
They look pretty good. I like these little mages. I mean, these little gnomes.
Yeah, me too. It's a good token.
Okay, Aleph and Za appear. What are they going to do?
Do they have a catchphrase or anything?
No.
Okay.
They do provoke me to do random things, though. So, I guess let's go with Aleph. She is going to make a martial arts attack against the mage. And I think that 2 martial arts skill, and she has 2 strength.
Okay, that hits easily. Uh, 7 damage.
And then Za does the same thing if that doesn't take him down.
Yeah.
Get him, Za.
That's a hit. 9 damage. Dead.
Boom!
And it's ass kicked by ghost children.
Is that our first kill?
Yeah. Shit, where did my turn order thing go?
I think I'm after L. I'm not sure where it went though.
Yeah, I don't see it either anymore.
I would like to get that back.
Did it disappear when you were finding a new token?
It might have. I just...
There's supposed to be a clock on that left bar that you use to turn it on. Yeah, it's missing.
Well, fuck.
You might be able to just like reload. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna exit and then re-enter.
Will it auto save, presumably?
Hope so.
Yeah, while he's doing that, just a quick primer on the Elephant Za thing. So, like, yeah, they're basically 2 spirits that, like, hang out with me all the time. And I can invoke them for the martial arts thing. if I don't have them invoked, I'm basically defenseless. I have no attack or defense ability, really. Just a doctor.
Mm.
But while they're... So I can invoke them into myself, the martial arts, or I can evoke them out and make them corporeal. And they're basically like my besties, but they're more fragile than an average human. And if either of them go down, they're like linked, and so they'll both kind of bite the dust, and I can't do anything with them for a full day while they recover if that happens. So it's kind of sketch to use them like this. You gotta be careful.
I'm getting double audio from you.
I don't know why.
It might be Dan.
Maybe, but I just killed it from my tab. I was getting double audio too.
Oh my god, what is happening? Wait, say something now? Oh yeah, it was firing it through um
20.
roll 20. Got it.
Having some technical difficulties with this website.
Ah.
I don't know how to get the initiative box to show up again. I'm at a loss.
We can just try to roughly recreate the initiative.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Yeah.
I know I was after L, and I think there was a goon after me.
Yeah, Kage was first, then me.
I think I'm after Lucretius.
And then I think there was a goon after you, Kai.
Yeah, I think Goon 4.
Everybody needs to manually turn off the voice settings in Roll20.
I just muted the tab.
Alright. I tried.
Or do I
I
also
think
have
I
to?
just did that. But Roll20 looks like it's still picking up stuff.
I don't have my microphone enabled on Roll20, so it shouldn't be picking up anything for me.
Yeah, same here.
Everybody else is hearing it, I'm good.
Yeah.
I just muted my tab anyway, so if that was a problem, then it won't be now. So no echoes. We're good on audio?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Right. Whose turn was it?
I think it's my turn if L's just finished.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay, so I'm gonna hop around behind Griff, so move 3 hexes, and I'm gonna take the 3 of my juggling balls and I'm gonna juggle with all 6 of my balls and then try to casually flick a few at Goon 3's feet to try to trip him up without him realizing that I've done this.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand roll.
Okay.
This is going to be an opposed roll. So he's going to use 2 dice, and you're going to use, I guess, roll 4d10.
Plus my agility, or
Yeah.
okay, yeah, 26.
Yeah, you totally hit. He is tripped up and is going to make an agility check to see if he falls down. He does. This goon is on his ass this round. It's going to miss his turn.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
You're wrecked.
And then I'm gonna go stand behind Griff, and I'm done.
Okay. And whose turn was next?
Can't be me, because Kage goes before me.
I'm pretty sure it was one of the goons.
Yeah, I think it was too. I think it's Goon 1.
Yeah, it is Goon 1.
Okay. Goon 1 is going to take some swings at 𝘒𝐸𝐞𝐬. He's rolling with 2 attack dice.
Right. I have 2 defense dice. Probably not going to need them. There we go.
Yep. You successfully defend his attack. And I think Goon 3 was up, but he's losing his turn. And then who? I forget.
By the way, just so you know, your video is coming in through Roll20 Dan. It's not a problem. I'm just letting you know in case you didn't know.
Okay.
we got a little Dan in the corner.
All kinds of technical problems tonight.
Are we back at the top now?
We might be. I think everybody went, so I think it's Kage's turn.
Yeah, since Goon 3 lost his turn, I think that is it.
All right.
So I'm just going to attack Goon 2 with all of my melee dice.
Sure. Make some rolls. Oh yeah, critical hit. So you're going to get lucky damage dice this turn.
Okay, I think I did it right.
Yep. So he takes 10, and I think that downs him. Yeah, he was at 10.
Destroyed.
All right, I think Lucretius goes after Kage.
Yes, indeed. There's no way for me to make 2 attacks in a round, right? That's not a thing.
You can. You can split your dice pool into two different attacks.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, you know what? You're not streaming, so fuck it. That's fine. I can just stream it through my Firefox. I just will have to look at my sheet. Let's try that. So I'm just gonna decide to soak damage. If it's time to soak damage, I'm going to do a 2 and a. Could I do 3 attacks?
Yeah.
I don't think I'd hit.
Yeah, it just spreads your dice thin, so your chance to hit gets really bad.
All right, let's do 2 attacks, and then those will each I'll do a 2 and a 3, and then that's plus 3 for agility. So the first attack would be 2d10 plus 3. And then the second one would be 3d10 plus 3, making me helpless.
So this guy has dice to defend against the first attack, and he missed. So he got hit twice.
Hell yeah. So then what am I doing? 2d10?
This was your shotgun?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been tracking ammo? Not that I care about that, but I'm wondering.
This battle I have not, and that was one of the things I'm planning to change for later, and also how many rounds my clay lasts is something I was planning to figure out.
You got plenty of time. This whole battle is like just a couple of minutes long.
Couple of minutes, cool. So do I do 40-10?
Yes.
Plus anything? No.
Agility for each one.
Oh, so plus 6. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do a little something. And that was Goon 4.
Yeah, this guy got smushed.
That's what I'm looking for. Time to die.
Shotgun blast.
Blam blam, you know.
Yeah.
I like it.
So a bunch of these goons are dead. I think it's Griff's turn now.
I think it's my turn.
I think it's your turn. Yeah, you're right.
Wait, can Lucretius still move? Can he move back?
Sure.
Lucretius, I think you should move back so that I can try to get at these guys.
Certainly. Well, one of them's dead, but yeah, okay, fine. I back up. Actually, no.
Wait, Goon 4 died?
Goon 4
No,
is...
that was Goon 2.
No,
Goon
2
2's
died.
dead.
I'm actually going to run forward, if that doesn't fuck it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it does sort of.
You
Because I
gotta...
wanted to shoot where you are right now and sort of like explode the thing and see if I could get both Goon 3 and Goon 4.
You're gonna get like a 1-tile blast radius. So like that, right? Like the tile you're in, and then all of the tiles that are adjacent to it.
So
So
basically...
I think Goon 3 and 4 are too far apart for you to hit them both.
I see. Okay, fair enough. Then, Lucretius, you can do whatever you want. I'll just move.
Got it.
I am going to move here. And then I want to use maybe 2 of my dice to attack Goon 3
Mhm.
with my shrapnel bow and arrow.
Okay. So Goon 3 is making a defense roll with a penalty because he's still unnerved.
Well, he fell.
Oh, he's on his ass. He can't defend at all then.
Unless that was the round he missed last time, because we cycled, actually, when we go back to Kage.
He'll stand up when it's his turn, but he's still on his butt.
Cool.
So this is just 2d plus agility, right?
Dan, I have a suggestion for you for the turn order.
Yeah.
If you go to your settings icon, you might see an option up there that says rejoin as GM.
I have a button that says rejoin as player.
Maybe try that first. I don't know.
Lucretius, by the way, is blood spattered at this time.
Just the way he likes it.
Just the way he likes it.
Yeah, like half of it's your own blood, dude.
Yeah. I guess we all took some hits here. Pretty much.
Okay. I have now tried to rejoin. I see playing card decks on the table, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't know what those are.
I don't know how those got there.
I wonder if one of us accidentally got... I might have
I think
clicked
this
something.
thing is quite buggy.
I might have clicked something to make the cards.
Playing cards are wait, what? Dan wants you to steal this card from him.
Like I don't get it. Like, what is even happening right now? I'm just trying to make this. All right, whatever. Anyway, I have not found my initiative box.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do 2d10 plus 2, I think.
Yeah, roll it. Okay, that's a hit. Roll damage.
I forgot what that is.
We were using, they're like shotgun blasts, so it's going to be 2d10 plus agility. Okay, you were targeting Goon 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Takes a hefty hit, almost dead.
Can I still use my other dice in this turn?
How big was your ranged combat dice pool?
4.
And you used 2 of them? Yeah, you've still got
Yeah.
2 more. You can save them on reserve, or you can make an attack with them right now.
I'm gonna use 1 to try to finish off Goon 3.
Sure, roll it. Okay, that hits. Roll damage.
There we go.
Dead.
Nice.
Blam blam.
I think it's Griff's turn, and then I think it would have been Goon 3's turn, but he's dead. And I don't really remember after that.
That sounds right.
I think it's 𝘒𝐸𝐿.
Wait, I think
I would
Goon
have gone
4.
after the mage goon, who's not a factor.
I can't remember if 𝘒𝐸𝐿 was right before me or right after me.
Sick.
I thought Mage Goon
Can
and
roll
Goon
up
4
and
were
see
next
our
to each other.
shadows, right?
I can't even get another initiative box to pop up if I wanted one. This thing is like really messed up.
All right, let's just say Griff go or something.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it's Griff's turn, so why don't we go with that?
Sure. I don't think I can get close enough to attack anyone.
Kage was 14. Cretius was 13. Kai was 12. Griff and I were both 10.
Yeah, and I think a bunch of the goons were in 11s and 12s, but those guys are dead.
I just moved up here next to Lucretius, and I don't think I can attack from where I am.
No.
So
You could throw
I guess I'll
something.
pass.
Yeah, throw your dagger over his shoulder.
Over Lucretius's shoulder.
This might go badly though, but yeah, if you critically fail, you might nail me.
I mean, you guys are about to wipe the floor with them. I don't think you need to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's risky. It's fine.
You could.
I'll pass my turn.
it would be funny.
All right.
So my turn.
Yep.
I will just do a regular attack on this goon. 3 dice.
Roll them.
𝘒𝐸𝐿.
That is a critical hit. Lucky
Holy
damage
fuck,
roll.
dude. Holy fuck.
So I'm going to do 2d10, keep the highest.
Yeah. So
1d10, keep the highest. 1d10, keep the highest.
right, it's two lucky dice.
Right, okay, got it. I'm just going to roll 4 d10s, and the first 2 will be there, rather than make everyone wait. Okay, that's an 8. And a 9. So 17 plus,
He's dead.
yeah,
Anyway. All right.
I'll be curious to know later how 𝘒𝐸𝐿 reacts to this experience of actually killing some people with a sword.
Also, are you like slicing him neatly in half, or is it just like a fucking mess?
I mean, it's a katana, so
It is a katana, but he has been hacking at this guy and trading blows with him for like 30 seconds.
yep.
To be
It's pretty brutal, actually.
This is like a mall katana.
Yeah.
Or like this is like a high quality
This
internet
is not a
katana.
mall katana. He ordered it online.
Okay.
How dare you?
So, I'm just gonna say this is a foregone conclusion that this guy gets killed too. I don't think we need to roll more dice here. This guy's done. All right.
He bleeds
Back into
out.
narrative mode. Congratulations, team. You have just defeated a bunch of goons. You hear a panel sliding open from behind the far wall of the grotto, and the figure that you saw at the the refugee camp steps out, clapping his hands. Woohoo! You lot are fun indeed. These pesky bastards here have been stealing from me, and I didn't want to kill them myself. It was so much fun to watch you rumble. Ooh, shivers running down my spine. Welcome to my abode. I'm Oscar.
So can I make a suggestion and maybe break here? Because I'm getting pretty sleepy and we're like an hour-ish over. I mean, if you guys want to keep going, we could handle that too.
Yes, this is a great time to break, and I just want to give you guys another 5 minutes to wrap up post-combat whatever, and then we'll break and use the Discord to, do a post-mortem, suggestions, feedback, and planning the next session.
Dope.
Perfect.
Cool.
Can I go around real fast while Oscar comes out and try to pick up all my balls and my cards?
Yes.
Yeah, I look for loot.
They were wearing no armor, shredded, raggedy clothing, have basically pocket change on them, and had some basic weapons.
We just killed a bunch of hobos, guys.
Well, I do take some pocket change, and I pick up one of the weapons, which looks a little bit higher quality, and I walk up to Griff, and I say, "Here, my boy. It'll serve you a little better than that thing you're holding on to."
I
Yep,
take the
this
rest
is-
of the junk.
You have accumulated several pounds of additional junk.
Yes.
I tuck the rusty knife into my belt and take the sword from Lucretius and hold
Yeah,
on
you've
to it.
taken an average quality sword. This is the kind of thing that can be used for 2d10 damage in melee combat.
Can I heal the?
Excellent. That'll be useful.
Can I heal the group?
Yes. Nobody took serious injuries.
If there's an additional weapon, maybe I can loot that as well, because I don't have anything that could hurt somebody.
Yep, there is.
Excellent.
I'm gonna pick up all of my throwing knives and put all of them back into the sheaths under my clothing.
Mm-hmm.
I wipe my blade off on the rags of my fallen foe.
I would like to check and make sure that my flash drive did not fall out of my pocket.
You still have it.
Good.
So, Lucretius, as the battle goes to a slow, he visibly seems to weaken and kind of stoops over in a rather haggard fashion as the demon clay wears off, and he becomes a bit more withered than he was even before he took it in the first place. And this will last for an hour or so. But he looks like shit.
Yep. Bad hangover, man. All right, so I think we're wrapped up. Thanks so much, guys. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too.
Yeah, dude.
This was cool. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
thank
fun as
you.
hell.
Nice.
And thank you, chat. Anyone who managed to hang on or who joined in later, thank you guys for joining us. This is more fun with you guys here, so just love to play with the gang.
Yeah, super cool session. All right, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. Have a great night. Thank you so much. I will catch you guys later.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.